Bienvenidas y bienvenidos a las y los que se han conectado online en el streaming.
Welcome to all of you who are online in this event, Madrid Summit. Apologies, we have a slight delay. Our main speakers are arriving. We'll probably start in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being online. And we'll start shortly.
Les recordamos a los y las que están conectados en el streaming que
We remind you, if you're connected via streaming, we have simultaneous interpretation. We have English and Spanish. You just have to select the language.
for some of our in-person speakers to arrive at the event, so we're starting with a bit of a delay. We hope to start in 5 minutes. We remind you that we've got simultaneous interpretation throughout the whole event between Spanish and English. If you'd like to change the language that you're listening in, please press at the bottom of the screen. You have the option to choose English or Spanish. We hope to be starting in around 5 minutes. Thank you.
Bienvenidos de nuevo. Gracias por la paciencia.
Welcome again. Thank you for your patience. I'm not going to be too long. We have an opening at 1, institutional opening. I would like to welcome our colleagues from Ukraine and colleague from EPOA, Steve Taylor, who will be moderating this session. Also to the coordinator of the third sector of the Community of Madrid for helping us with the funding of the trips of our colleagues.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Steve Taylor. I'm a board member of the European Pride Organisers Association and I'm the Secretary General of Copenhagen Pride in Denmark. Very pleased to see you here. We have a very interesting panel this morning and probably the most important discussion that we have anywhere in Europe. At the moment, I'm going to ask the panelists briefly to introduce themselves and as when we get to questions, please state your name, your pronouns and the organisation that you are from. Vera, would you introduce yourself?
My name is Vera Chernigina. I'm from Kharkiv, from Ukraine. I'm president of Women's Association Sphere, and we coordinate Kharkiv Pride March and women's marches in Kharkiv.
Hello, my name is Ruslana, and I am also from Kharkiv Pride Women's Association Sphere. From Ukraine, and my pronouns are she, her.
Thank you. And we have two guests joining online. One is already online. João, would you introduce yourself?
Claro, por supuesto.
Yes, of course.
In English or in Spanish, my name is João. I'm from Portugal. I'm currently a member of the European Parliament, and I'm part of the intergroup of the Parliament for the LGBTI rights. I'm also coordinating the equality portfolio in my party, in my region, and the pronouns I prefer is he and him.
Thank you very much. I want to set the scene a little for what we're about to discuss today. And none of what we're about to discuss was inevitable. We're not talking about an earthquake or a natural catastrophe or a fire or a famine. We're talking about a humanitarian emergency caused because one member state of the Council of Europe illegally and despicably invaded the land of another member of the Council of Europe. We need to speak the truth that Russia is a terrorist state and that everything that we say and that we do must sit within that frame. Ukraine stands for the freedom of all of us, and if Ukraine falls, we all fall. And from the moment that the full-scale invasion began, 491 days ago today, the LGBTI community in Ukraine has shown once more something that we have known since that night, 54 years ago, last night, that the LGBTI community is strong, it's resilient, it's resourceful, and it's reliable. And our colleagues in Ukraine have shifted to deliver probably one of the most incredible efforts ever delivered by LGBTI organizations anywhere. But before we get into that, Vera, I want to ask you, would you tell us about the situation for LGBTI people in Ukraine before Russia's full-scale invasion 15 months ago?
We have worked during 15 years. It's a really big experience for Ukrainian, and we had a lot of issues. We work with LGBT, we mobilize LGBT community. We had two community centers during all our work where people can be safe, be themselves. We made more or less good work with our government. We made communications with police structure. We do together for safety with police. We had international support. We, with another organization in Ukraine, advocated a lot of issue about law. We also had far right groups attacks and problem with homophobia, but it was our issue, not of some country, especially country like Russia. It was our problems, and we will solve with it. Also, we choose the way of our work like a big protest, like be visible, like make a prides, make a marches. We did 8 marches during 8th of March for women. We did 3 Kharkiv prides. We helped with Kiev prides. We all did it. And we had a lot of ambition about our movement and activism. What about legal situation, Ruslana, will tell?
For the legal situation in Ukraine, we had a lot of advocacy efforts. First, we focused a couple of years ago on the law that would criminalize hate crimes and hate speech that sadly did not pass the parliament before the beginning of the full-scale war. And currently in Ukraine, there's a lot of focus on the bill for civil partnerships that we're going to talk about in detail a little bit later.
Okay, thank you. So the first question really is about how your organization responded. After that invasion on the 24th of February, how did your organization respond, and what has been the biggest challenge in that time?
Time to show a presentation, and I will show some picture from our prides, and then just one slides about what we did during the invasion. Can you open this?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to do it.
Or if not possible,
Okay, there we go.
Yes, I'm just explain for previous speech where is Kharkiv is. This one. It's close the city to Russian borders, and Kharkiv was first city which was attacked in 5 of morning at 5 a.m. In 24th February. I'm like open my windows and see a lot of bombs, fires, and I thought it is dream and continue to sleep with my experience. Then next slide. How can I do it? It's our marches. It's like a small picture, but as I said, we had 8 marches, 8 years. We did it. Next one, it's the first Kharkiv Pride, which was on the main square. Now this building destroyed absolutely in 1st of March. It was bombed and destroyed, and the best volunteers was inside. One volunteer, and she dead right now. Next slide, it's also Kharkiv Pride, first Kharkiv Pride, and as you see, police did this.
There was like a protection corridor from the police.
It was like a cube where we just go straight 300 meters, but even 300 meters for first pride, it's a big, how to say it? Достижение.
It's a big achievement for us.
Thank you. Second one, when then started this.
There was a COVID pandemic, so we did.
Yes, and we decided what we can do for not stop to our movement. We did first after Pride in Kharkiv. Next slide. It was for police a lot of cars. For us, it was normal cars. Next one, it's 2020. one, and it was biggest Pride march in Ukraine, the longest one, and we collect 3,000 people. Next, please. And we had also community center. Next slide. And I will show you that it was attacked a lot of times. Inside, outside, during the events. We had like a wall with our print, and maybe once in a month someone would paint over, and usually some very bad and hateful words. Other stuff. Believe me, I watched in camera, in history in camera, that it was awful. Nobody was in a prison after that. Then this is answer for my question.
Yes, so what happened on the 24th is that basically we woke up like everyone else in Kharkiv and saw that the war started. Like Vera said, that there was a lot of attacks, there were rockets, helicopters flying, Russian aviation. So it was a really tough morning for all of us. So at first we just cared for our own safety and the safety of our loved ones. And we at first had calls like 3 times a day just to check if everyone is alive and where everyone is going. Some people decided to leave the city at first. Some stayed in Kharkiv and never left since the 24th. Some left and then returned later, a couple of months later. So after, I would say, 2 weeks, we more or less started working again, and we started raising a lot of funds because many people were struggling and are still struggling in Ukraine. So we collected more than 150,000 euros for humanitarian aid, and we helped thousands of people from the LGBTQ community with humanitarian aid and also psychological support. And then in August, we decided that it was time to hold the Pride. So we actually held the Pride. We were the only organization that did the Pride on the territory of Ukraine during the war. And we did, a Metro Pride, because Metro is the safest place in our city. So we were very proud because we were the only organization, like I said, to hold the Pride during the war ever. We can do the next slide, please. This is us in the Metro. So this is what we've been doing all this time. We've been helping a lot of, we've been helping a lot of people in need. We still have humanitarian aid programs. We also do events for the community, like socializing events and mobilization events. We do a lot of psychological support because people are very, very affected by the war. We have seen requests with people like in deep need of psychological care, sometimes psychiatric care as well. And we also do information campaigns to help change the public opinion in Ukraine and reduce homophobia and transphobia.
Thank you. I want to tell you a little, to follow on from the amazing work that Sphere and Kharkiv Pride have been doing, to tell you about the work that the European Pride Organisers Association has done in the time since, really to support our 2 member organisations in Ukraine, which are Kharkiv Pride and Kyiv Pride. We started a fundraising appeal on the 25th of February, so the day after the latest invasion, with an appeal to our member prides, which includes Madrid Pride and most of the biggest prides in Europe. And within 3 weeks, we had raised 50,000 euros. We committed that we would split the funds that we raised half and half between the 2 organisations. Our organisation didn't take any of the money. We asked what they needed. Did they need cash? Did they need supplies? Very quickly, Kyiv Pride asked us if we could source 2 vehicles for them and get those into Ukraine. So we bought 2 station wagons in Germany and arranged for them to be transported into Ukraine. We also produced this flag, which was seen at prides across Europe last summer and this summer, which has the logos of both organisations. These were priced at €12, and all the profits went to the two organisations. And we have a supply here today, should anybody like to buy one for Saturday's parade. And we organise visibility at prides across the world, including World Pride in Sydney and prides across Europe. And to date, we've raised over €100,000, which is going to those two organisations. It's the most we've ever raised for anything, and I think that shows the level of support that there is within the LGBTI community for our colleagues in Ukraine. So I want to go on to the second question, which is to ask, what are your hopes for Ukraine after the victory, and what do you hope will be the long-term impact for the LGBTI community? And Ruslan, I'm going to come to you first on that.
After the victory, we hope that we will. We are already advancing on the LGBTQ rights even during the war. We're not stopping, no matter how long the war will take, because it's important for us to continue working, and we're not waiting for, the victory to start, because we have been working, we continue working. So what we hope for is I would say, rapid advancements due to the Euro integration reforms that Ukraine is set on. Ukraine achieved the candidate status into the EU, so we hope that that will really accelerate the reforms, and there will be a lot of political will from the government, President Zelensky or whoever it might be in the future, to advance on human rights. So we assume that we will be able to pass the civil partnership law maybe this year, that we're really hoping for, because the law is very needed, especially to provide some legal guarantees for queer couples, and if one of them or both of them are serving at the front line, this is extremely important for them, and also to other couples who are not engaged in the military activities as well. We're also hoping to finally achieve greater relationships with the state, and to be able to have more like state-led initiatives, somewhere where the state would actually fund us, and we would not need to rely only on the external funding for our initiatives, and to have more cooperation with the state authorities.
And you mentioned the partnerships law, and we will be joined by Ines Solson, who is a Ukrainian MP who is leading that campaign at the moment. She'll be joining us soon. But I wonder if, on that wider European point, João, the MP who is joining us online, I'm wondering if he could say a few words about the ambitions for Europe for Ukraine. Is he there?
After what we have just heard, because I think that if there is something that applies here, is that the interventions that we have just heard are practically the definition of courage. To have the courage to do this under any circumstances, especially under the circumstances that Ukraine is facing right now, and especially Kharkiv. We have all seen the pictures of the devastation of the city and the bombings, and we cannot be indifferent to what has happened. So my first comment is to deeply thank for the work that you have relentlessly been doing, not just now, over the past years, but that you have the capacity and the courage that I think the majority of us could not even dream of having. So really thank you for that. I think that what we are trying to do, if there is something that can be very clear, is that despite all the consequences that this has had over the recent months in Europe, that has not been a diminishing in support from Europeans regarding Ukraine. And that this has been completely, almost unanimous. I would not say, unfortunately I cannot say unanimous, but almost unanimous throughout political parties in Europe. And we all have the strong conviction that what Ukraine is doing is a survival in first hand for its own territorial integrity, for its own political survival, but it's also for the values that we share and for the project that we share. And this is something that we cannot ever forget and cannot ever stop being thankful, because it is a fight against obscurantism. It is a fight against an invasion that not only threatens political sovereignty, but also a way of being, a way of identifying as Europeans and with the values that come along with that. If I can say something on the European Union, I think that we need to be very clear on this. We have been trying to fight for a very long time that the values that some member countries share can be transversal inside of the European Union. We will continue to do so, and we want that any future enlargements can already count on this support and on this vision that we are trying to implement in Europe all throughout the countries. We have our own internal problems. We have countries where there are increasing violations. We have seen an increase in hate crimes and in hate speech in recent years because of the political context, and we want to make sure that we can provide all the help to Ukraine in not only advancing politically in terms of the legislation, but also to raise awareness like you have been saying and doing, because we cannot only achieve social change through the legislation. We also need to make sure that there is a mentality change in the population, to make sure that the legislation is followed by a genuine approach from the population. So I think this is very important, and that we can help on providing this kind of guidance and this kind of orientation from previous experiences that we have been having, because we are also struggling in Europe in many countries, and I think that this interchange can be very significant. And this is just related to the LGBTI community. I don't want to enter into the details of the support of the war. I don't think it's the place to do this here, but I just want to state that this is not going to stop, and that we are going to be through and through until Ukraine is again free.
Thank you very much. And I see we have actually already been joined by Inna Sovsun, the Ukrainian Member of Parliament who's leading the Partnerships campaign. I invite you to say a few words. You are on mute at the moment. Welcome.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the kind words that have been spoken about Ukraine. I probably should introduce myself first, and then say some words about the partnership bill that I am leading the way through the Parliament. I would not be able to stay very long with you, unfortunately, because I'm literally in the parliamentary building right now, and the Parliament is in session. So, as any of you know, I will have to rush for a vote pretty soon. But this bill is really important to me, and I really want to spread the word. So I'm happy for getting the time to speak in front of you here. So my name is Inna Sovsun. I'm a member of parliament from Ukraine. I represent the party called the Holos, which is a liberal opposition party. Opposition is a vague word in Ukraine right now, because it's more or less relative right now in the country, but still needed to be mentioned. My background in political life is actually in education policy. I did serve as first deputy minister of education and science, and that for a long time has been the main area that I have been focusing on. But the issues related to LGBT rights have always been close to my heart for over 10 years while I still worked in the university as an activist. That was something that was important to me. Right now I speak because I co-authored or initiated the bill on the partnership, but it's actually not the first thing I did regarding LGBT rights in Ukraine. The sad honor that I have is that I have been the single member of parliament who participated in the last Kyiv Pride parade that we had here in, I think, 2021. There was not a single other member of parliament who participated in Pride. I have also co-authored several other bills regarding discrimination of LGBT people, again in 2020, 2021. So I did some work then. And then when the big war started in February 2022, it seems like all other issues that we have been working on have had to be postponed because we are being bombed every day. My partner is on the front line. He's serving in the army as a military medic, and it seemed for a while that this would not be the major issue. But then I was organizing a visit of some international partner, Swedish member of parliament here to Ukraine, and he asked to meet some LGBT people. And I did arrange for a meeting with an LGBT military guy called Boris, and he spoke about LGBT people in the military. And we got talking to him a lot, and I reached out to other LGBT military, and I realized that, well, this war is extremely difficult for everybody. It is particularly difficult for those who are serving in the army, protecting the country, but does not fully protect them. So LGBT military is the reason why I, after all, decided to initiate this bill in the midst of the big war, because we want to protect those who are serving in the army. And thus, in March this year, we submitted a bill to the parliament. It was co-authored by 17 other members of parliament, including 11 from the president's party and 7 from my party. And we have started lobbying for this bill. And the unexpected truth is that the bill has got so much more support than we expected. I mean, I knew the numbers. The numbers in Ukrainian society are the following. 56% of Ukrainians, as of March this year, have been supporting such legislation, 56, which is very optimistic. And the numbers are constantly growing. And they're growing, so they're rather positive. It's a positive sign, right? The majority of Ukrainians actually support this kind of legislation. And I think that this change, which has been slowly developing for many years, the people who are more accepting towards LGBT community and so on and so forth. But within the last year, the change has come from 2 sources. One, because of the visibility of LGBT military people. So they came out, they created an organization, they have started speaking about them as a distinct group. And in the situation we're in Ukraine right now, saying no to anyone wearing a uniform and risking his or her life for us every day is well, very difficult, not impossible, but very difficult. So I think because of visibility of LGBT military, this is issue number 1. And issue number 2 is the geopolitical situation we're in. Putin is very well known to be extremely homophobic, and Russia's internal and foreign policy are extremely homophobic. This is part of their agenda. The head of the Russian Orthodox Church has stated that the war that they are fighting against us is a sacred war because they are trying to prevent gay pride parades in Donetsk. That was what he stated publicly. So this is clearly part of his ideology. And of course, many Ukrainians don't want to be associated with that ideology. So I know many people, including members of parliament, who would say, yeah, I don't care so much about LGBT people, but Putin hates gays, so I'm going to support the bill. This can sound ridiculous, but this is the logic that can still get me the votes. So it works for me. It's better than saying no to the bill. So the situation in the society has indeed been changing because of those 2 major factors. The problem now is getting enough votes in the parliament. And that is still problematic. Because despite majority of Ukrainians supporting this initiative, and the numbers growing all the time, the truth is that in the parliament, it's not enough. And as of right now, we don't have enough votes in the parliament to get it through. We did have some initial success. We did have some committees, which are not the main committees, but additional committees, which have been debating the bill, and 4 committees have already voiced their support for the bill, which is much more than I expected when we started this long path. But we still have to go through many more committees, including the main committee, which is rather skeptical about legislation. I'm willing to go through that to continue fighting for this, but here I will probably ask for some help that I can get from our international friends. I'm sure that the bill will get passed one way or another at some point. The question is how soon we will get it done. And in order to get it done sooner, we will need all the international help we can get. So now me and my team and other members of parliament who are lobbying for the legislation are actively reaching out to members of parliament, to lobby groups, to LGBT organizations in Europe, asking them to voice their public support for the legislation. That will be extremely important. If my colleagues in the parliament, other members of parliament, will start getting letters from their colleagues in other parliaments or in European Parliament saying that it's important for Ukraine to pass this legislation, that will speed up the process a lot. Because with Ukraine having very strong commitment to becoming EU member state at one point, any signals from EU countries, particularly on the official level, from members of parliament and from the European Parliament in general, that will help. That will definitely help. The members of parliament here need to hear that this is part of the European values and something that we are aspiring to reach out to. So I think if you ask me one thing that the colleagues in EU member states and on the EU level can do is reach out to our members of parliament and ask them to support this legislation. This will make our job here inside the country much easier. So I think I will stop here. And maybe if you have some questions, I do have some 10 minutes to stay with you. I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you very much. Before we come on actually to a question about how people can support both your organisations and the political situation in Ukraine more, I just want to go to a question on a related point that we've had on YouTube, which is about migration from Ukraine and people leaving Ukraine because of the war. And if you have any information on how it's been for rainbow families, LGBTI families, trying to leave Ukraine, if any of them have experienced issues that might not have been experienced by a more heteronormative family.
Thank you for this question. Well, there is the major problem, the reality in Ukraine, which is dictated by the war. Our legislation says that because men are obliged to serve in the army if they're being mobilized, during the martial law, men are not allowed to leave the country. This is true for any man, be it heterosexual or homosexual, it doesn't matter. That includes, everybody. So any man cannot leave the country, regardless of the sexual orientation or the status. But this is the problem for everybody, and this is problem reality. We can debate about this, but in the situation we're in, it's probably not lots of space for negotiation. As for specifically the rainbow families, well, if they include a man, they would not be able to migrate as a whole family. But that will include also, heterosexual families as well. So Ukrainian women left with their kids, but their husbands have stayed here in Ukraine. So I wouldn't say that I have seen any specific problems related to migration of LGBT people, which are not the same for heterosexual people. The main problem, the single problem that I did see was related to the migration of transgender people because of legislative unclearness of their status. If they are defined as a man or a woman, there have been, I think, 2 cases where this has led to problems which have been solved. Yeah. But other than that, it's no specific problems.
Thank you. Vera, do you want to say anything on this?
Thank you so much, Ina. And I'm just want to say that from our side, we do everything possible to refugees who want to return. They have a place where they return. It's our mission in Kharkiv right now.
I also wanted to add, to join Ina's point to say yes, that the major problems are faced by those who have men in their legal documents, and then of course there's some unclarity about the legal status of transgender community and the non-binary community. There is no such thing as the non-binary documentary identification in Ukraine. The main thing is that if you sort of present enough documents at the border, let's say that you have transitioned from men to women in Ukraine, then that you are in theory would be allowed to go, but it's a certain degree of, there's a certain degree of legality that you need to reach. So if you are only in the beginning of your transition and you have not legalized yourself as a man, as a woman, and you still have men in all of your documents, that means that you will have to stay.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to questions, and I'm hoping that Ms. Sofson, you have time to answer this before you have to go. One of the questions we've had from YouTube is whether or not you know anything about whether or not the Russian army has been selectively targeting the LGBTI community in Ukraine. I don't know if you want to answer that first, and then I'll come to you, Ms. Sofson.
Well, I have not heard about specific cases where that they are targeting LGBT community directly, because it's, well, on the territories that they have occupied, I would say that, well, I don't know of cases where LGBT people stayed under occupation. They have all tried to escape, because we know that Russian society is extremely homophobic, but then Russian army as well. We did have cases reported of homosexual rape committed by the Russian soldiers on the territories that they have occupied. So we do have those cases. I'm a member of the Special Commission in the Parliament on sexual crimes in war context. So we do know of some cases like this, but it's not like, but it was not regarding LGBT person. It was just men raping other men who were not homosexual. So I don't know of any specific cases, but maybe colleagues can add to that.
I know of cases that were told to our organization by a partner organization that worked in Kherson. Kherson was occupied by the Russian army for months, and the main issues that we heard is that for people who are looking non-conforming, that doesn't necessarily need to be from the community, who can just look like they might belong to the LGBTQ community, they could be targeted more, or, you know, like if they go on the street, they would be immediately like asked questions, asked to show the documents, you know, they would be kind of discriminated, harassed, made fun of, and, you know, they'll lead into cases of harassment. We haven't heard specifically of cases of extreme violence, like sexual violence or rape, but in general, to like non-conforming looking people, there would be a lot more attention from the Russian army.
Thank you. So we've heard from Ms. Sovson that it's really helpful for Ukrainian members of parliament to hear from European parliamentarians about support for the marriage equality bill. I'll come to you, João Albuquerque, to ask about the bigger European picture. But would you say a few words about how people here, people watching online, the wider community can support Kharkiv Pride, and what support do you need, and how can they get that support to you? Can we go to the
I have one slide about it. It's the last slide, but for myself, I would say non-tolerant war is still going on, and non-tolerant any Russia's ambitions to about negotiations or about it's not a war, something like this. Everybody tired from the war. We tired especially, and for us still important. It's humanitarian. Still, women and LGBT needs some humanitarian helps. For us, really, for our organization, really important international support. Just, I don't know, write some letters when we ask about it, because it's work. When a lot of letters for international communities get it, help us to for our struggle and so on.
Yes, we wanted to ask you to, in general, support the Ukrainian victory agenda. We do not want to have any steps down. We do not want to step away from that, because we know any a temporary peace with Russia means a war, like a continued war at our values, and we do not compromise on our values ever. So we know that any negotiation or any source of victory for Russia would mean an incredible, devastating loss for the LGBTQ community in Ukraine. So in that sense, we would like to see a strong political win from the European community. We're also working hard on doing humanitarian support, and one big project that we're currently doing is that we are raising funds to restore our community center and also operate it partially as a shelter in the humanitarian hub in Ukraine, because even despite the fact that Kharkiv is bombed still often, there are people who are coming from even more dangerous areas with the devastation you cannot imagine, from the Donetsk and Lugansk regions where there's literally no houses left untouched. And they're coming to Kharkiv and they need our support and protection, so we're doing the most to help them first.
Thank you. João Albuquerque, can I ask you what at the European level can people be doing to support the work that you're doing to keep this in the public eye?
Well, we can continue to raise awareness of the situation, of what is happening. Our main priority from the European side has been, of course, to support the Ukrainian war efforts, because until this is achieved, until Russia is out of the Ukrainian territory and the military invasion stops, there is not a single possibility of we thinking of what is the future. I mean, of course, the European Union is already providing support also in terms of the reconstruction in some areas that have been already recovered or that have been attacked, but not fully invaded or dominated. So this is, of course, the top priority. But the next step is definitely going to be in terms of political support on societal change. And I think that it's going to go hand in hand with we have made a very clear political decision on the European Union. I'm very critical most of the times of European Union has becoming some sort of an Excel union, because we always have to follow criteria and look into the data, into the details. And for the first, I wouldn't say for the first time, but at least for a very long time, there has not been such a significant political decision. And when the war started, the fact that the European Union immediately stated that the political space of Ukraine is in Europe was a very strong political sign. And this is something that we cannot overlook. So, of course, what we want to do and what we want to make sure is that during the reconstruction, not only in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of the political system, in terms of the democratic processes, in terms of the society reconstruction that Ukraine is no doubt going to have to go through after the end of the war, which we all want to be as soon as possible, then we want to be a part of this cooperation on how to bring societal change and to make Ukraine in accordance with our European values. But if you allow me 2 minutes, then we need to think also about what is this European values. We are talking now in the Madrid Pride. We are having it's in the middle of the Spanish elections, and what we have seen yesterday, for example, in many of the demonstrations that already happened. And in the political context that we are having in Europe, this is not specifically to Spain, but because we are, I mean, you are more lucky than me that you are in Madrid. I'm only in Brussels, but what we see from Spain is a complete overturn or an attempt of overturning the recent conquests that Spain has had. And this is the same in many other European countries where the far right and populistic movements are trying to make this as a battle horse in order to provoke what they see as a threat to our European way of life. They see this advancement in LGBTQIA rights, in gender equality, in all of this identity protection as a threat to what they consider to be as European values. So we need to clearly state that what is European, what we want to be enshrined as European values is the fact that everybody has a place in this continent, that we want to enshrine these rights in a permanent way to make sure that there are no attacks, that the legislation is solid enough to not go back in time, and that we can continue on our path to bring societal change in order to have support and to diminish the violence that many of the people that we are trying to protect are now again increasingly facing. So I think that we cannot just look outside, we also need to look inside and to continue these efforts together. We cannot portray ourselves as more or less givers. We need to also be humble in understanding what is our own path and how we can take this opportunity to grow together in this moment.
Indeed, thank you. We have time for questions. I don't think we have any more online at the moment. If anybody has a question in the room, could you raise your hand? Feel free to ask the question in English or Spanish. We have headsets. Do I see any hands? There's one over here. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jorge Perez. I'm president of an association, an LGBTQIA association in Andalusia, and we have created an organization to host people who are expelled from their houses and who belong to our community. We currently have a shelter called Manolita 10, who is the president, the chairperson of that shelter, and we're organizing several shelters in our province, and we would like to offer this shelter to people who are running away from the war and who belong to our community.
It's still important. Thank you. It wasn't a question, yes? I'm not sure if it was a question. It was rather an offer. So we are very thankful for that, and this is very important for us. We'll spread the word.
There are, I think Warsaw Pride in Poland have on their website a really comprehensive list of help that's available to LGBTI people from Ukraine in various different European countries, and there is quite a big coordination effort going on. So I think it's always very good to share those things. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Do we have any other questions?
Can I shortly comment on that?
Of course.
I will say this, that we are indeed extremely grateful for the help that has been provided. We have also to be absolutely clear that this help, which is provided in other European countries outside of Ukraine, will only be available to LGBT women. Because men would not be able to leave the country. So I would suggest that in order to support those who chose to stay or who simply cannot leave, it's also worthwhile helping the shelters that already exist here in Ukraine, including the shelters for LGBT people, for people belonging to the community, because there are still many people who either don't want to leave or who simply cannot leave because they are men, regardless of whether they're LGBT or not. So if there is a way to organize to help the shelters that already exist here in Ukraine, that would also be grateful, because that will help those who are not in Europe, but those who are here in Ukraine.
Do we have any other questions? We have one. It's a very difficult question to answer, but almost 18 months on, how, apart from continuing to talk about what's happening in Ukraine and highlighting the invasion, how do we stop people having Ukraine fatigue and thinking and almost forgetting that there is a war on our doorstep? How can we use what you're doing to continue to raise awareness? I'll ask Ruslana first.
Yeah, it is indeed a very difficult question about the Ukraine fatigue, because people are experiencing it everywhere in Ukraine, of course, first of all, and then around Europe as well, that there is a general tiredness from talking about the war in Ukraine. I would say what helps a lot is having a personal contact with someone from Ukraine, or having people within your community that you can talk about from Ukraine. Don't just source your information from the news, because that can be very tiring. Focus on meeting people from Ukraine and talking to organizations from Ukraine, and talking on individuals who have experienced the war firsthand, regardless if they're from the community or no. That will help you to realize and kind of empathize more with the situation going on in Ukraine, and create kind of a personal bond with someone from Ukraine that will greatly, I think, accelerate the efforts. It's just my opinion.
Yeah. And there's also a question about the impact that the war is having on other countries in Europe, in that what you were saying, Ms. Sofson, about people wanting to position themselves as far away from Putin and Russia and their agenda, and the fact that, Estonia now has equal marriage, and that could be seen as a pushback against the homophobia that lies across the border. And there is some narrative saying that these changes wouldn't be taking place unless the war had happened in Ukraine, and I think there's a danger that we can slip into seeing positives where actually this is progress that should have taken place anyway, and I think we should be careful about not seeing Ukraine as a focus point that's actually led to progress elsewhere. What's happening in Ukraine is a war, and what's happening in other countries is progress. But there is also, in other countries like Hungary, there is there is policy that's going in exactly the opposite direction.
I also wanted to add that even though it is true that there is a pushback from the political side on the LGBT issues, like pushback against Russia, we also do not want to say that all the changes are motivated solely by the war, because that would basically erase the work that we have been doing for decades in Ukraine. Everyone, the civil society, the friendly political parties, or politicians like Ms. Sovsun, also the international organizations that have been working in Ukraine tirelessly for years. So I would say yes, the bill was accelerated by the war. I'm talking about specifically the civil partnerships bill, but the work that we have been doing and the progress we have been seeing is the result of the work of everyone and all activists and all parties involved, and not just the invasion of Russia into Ukraine.
Do we have any other questions? We have a question here at the front.
Thank you. I will share my thoughts in Spanish. I come from Alicante, from the east of Spain, where there is a population, a great number of people coming from Russia and Ukraine, and I would like to share a couple of details. Before the war, the invasion of Ukraine, the Russian military, there were a great number of people coming from Russia who were asking for asylum here due to gender issues. And there are certain very interesting initiatives where there's a great number of Russian and Ukrainian people mixed, and they both communities take part in all types of activities in support of Ukraine. And every time we do some fundraising events, both populations participate. There are also some blended families coming from Russia and Ukraine, and I find it interesting. I work with several LGBTQI organizations, and there are many activists, many young women, both Russian and Ukrainian, and there's also an association that takes care of the first welcoming, the first reception of people, and they collaborate with an association called DAR. I think they're Russian, but they are also bringing support to the Ukrainian community. And I just wanted to share with you the idea that immigrants do not make this difference of Russian and Ukrainian, because they had already been subject to discrimination in Russian territory.
Another question here, in the middle, in the aisle.
Buenos días.
Good morning. My name is Rafael Escudero, and I am here representing the Spanish Network for the Support of Migrants and Refugees, and also of the coordinator of the third sector, where that encompasses above 200 societies of the civil society. And what has caught my attention, and I would also like to address, are the Member of Parliament in Ukraine, how we could increase the pressure of our public representatives to provide further support from the international sector in the, we call in Spain the civil society agents or actors, we call them the third sector, and how I would like to share that we would like to incorporate as one of our initiatives, as we're doing with other topics, we would like to support specifically the people in Ukraine, and I would like to ask you how we could incorporate this support to the activities that we are carrying out at the moment, how we can bring our organizations closer. We're open to working with different organizations, with different structures. So, for instance, if you're about to launch a campaign, would it be helpful that the members of parliament can join in these campaigns? We would like to ask you to let us know in what way we could provide support. We would be very pleased to help, as we are helping through other initiatives. We are co-funding several activities, but we would also like to be involved more directly in your actions and in supporting you.
Can I answer? So I will probably start by quoting a friend of mine who is LGBT military. I was one of the meeting with him, and he was meeting some international partners from civil society, and they asked him, LGBT military men, what can we do to help LGBT people in Ukraine? And he said this: give us weapons. This is no matter what you want, but this will always be the biggest issue. We cannot deal with anything else if we are being bombed every single day. So yes, of course, I understand that many civil society organizations want to focus on more humanitarian aspect of the battle, which is still crucially important. It's really critically important to help with humanitarian efforts. But unfortunately, we are in a situation where the biggest humanitarian effort is to give more weapons to the Ukrainian army. That is the single issue that saves most lives and that helps the well-being of majority of people. There is unfortunately no other way to deal with that. Saying that with a heavy heart as someone whose loved one is on the front line fighting in this war. So this will always be issue number one, but I think maybe explaining to the people, raising awareness about why this war is what it is, what this war is about, how Ukraine is different in terms of values from Russia, including the situation with the protection of LGBT rights and support to the LGBT people in Ukraine. That in itself will be a huge help. But if you want to do something inside Ukraine, I would very strongly suggest to find some local initiatives. I know everybody tends to go through big international organizations. We are not particularly happy with their workings here in Ukraine. I very much suggest that you can reach out to me. I can get you some contacts of some smaller regional organizations. They do much better work, frankly speaking, in terms of providing humanitarian aid, humanitarian help. I'll give you an example. There is a big issue with bomb shelters in schools. This is something that I understand is not part of your daily reality, but I'm a mother myself. My son goes to school here in Kyiv, and we are lucky that his school actually has a pretty good bomb shelter, but majority of schools don't have that. And then kids cannot go to schools if there is no bomb shelter, because with the air raid alerts blaring, depends on the region, but pretty often, we had them every day over May here in Kyiv, kids need to have shelters. So someone needs to help build those shelters, because we don't have all the resources we need to build bomb shelters in 10,000 schools ourselves. But reaching out to some small local initiatives is something that will do the biggest, that will have the biggest impact. Not going through big international organizations, because unfortunately they don't always do a good job and don't always achieve the results that we expect them to achieve. So always feel free to reach out to me. I think the organizers will have my contact details. I will try to put you in touch with, depending on the area you want to focus on, I'll be more than happy to do this. But remember that the biggest help we can provide is with the weapons to our military who are protecting us.
Thank you. We are rapidly running out of time, but I want to give Vera an opportunity to answer that quickly, and then we'll come straight on to closing remarks.
Yes, I want to say that for us, weapons, it's a voice, it's a visibility. If you just follow for our events, tag in Twitter some our politics from politicians, policemen and ministers, and it is work. Just say, I agree with Kharkiv Pride, I agree with Ukrainian LGBT movement, and something like this. For us, it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask each speaker just take 1 minute just to conclude. And João Albuquerque, would you conclude first?
With pleasure. I would reiterate what I said in the beginning. First things first. So the first thing is that we need to make sure that Ukraine is victorious in this war, and that we can make sure to end this conflict, this invasion. We need a strong Ukraine, and we want Ukraine to be inside of Europe and to be part of the European Union. And we want a Ukraine that is progressive, that is a safe space for everyone. This is what we are going to continue to fight, and we want this to happen because we want all of Europe to be a safe space for everyone. So with Ukraine being part of this project, we also want the Ukrainian territory to be a safe space for everyone. I just want to wish you not the best of luck, but especially to continue to have the courage and the strength that you have shown all of us in recent months to continue your efforts, knowing that we will be by your side to support on every way that we can, and that we are all rooting for this conflict to end and the victory of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Sofson?
Thank you for your kind words, João. That is really important to hear, and it's indeed important that everybody else shares these feelings, that our soldiers who are bravely fighting on the south and east of the country, they are protecting us first and foremost, but they're also protecting something bigger, is the ideas that we all share. And even if there are some throwbacks in some areas, it's still the ideals that we are fighting for, and those are the ideals that we all share. And it's important to understand that our soldiers are fighting for the security of Europe, not just security of Ukraine. We were not attacked. Well, there is some historical preconditions of Russia always wanting to take Ukraine over, but the main reason why we were attacked is because we have chosen a different path, a path that Russia didn't like, a path towards European Union, towards European values, towards respect for human rights and respect for dignity for all. That is why Russia attacked us. That is why they see us as a threat. So I think that we have to continue fighting on the front lines. That is what our brave soldiers doing, including LGBT people who are fighting on the military. Well, we here in the parliament have to continue doing what we can do best, is to continue to promote those ideas and to implement them in legislation. And that is why I will continue my battle regarding LGBT rights recognition and same-sex partnerships, because there are guys on the front line who have partners, but they are not being recognized as partners of the military because there is no legislation for them. And it's a matter of reality for them today, not in some distant future. It's a reality for them. Their partners would not be able to make medical decisions for them if they are wounded, and things like that. That is why, unfortunately, we have to do both. We'll fight on the front lines with our army, but also indeed to continue making Ukraine a progressive and safe space for all, and we would appreciate any help with that.
Thank you, and thank you for taking so much time to join us today. Ruslana?
Yes, I wanted to join our two amazing speakers in supporting their stances and saying that first and foremost, our battle is on the front line in Ukraine, and we would need your utmost support in that. That would include, weaponry support and lobbying for greater military support of Ukraine. At the front line. Then there is also, of course, a front line of fighting for human rights in Ukraine. And this is the place that organizations like Kharkiv Pride step in, and this is the place for us to, to do all of our work. And this is the place for us to influence public opinion and bring in societal change in Ukraine to facilitate for the legislative changes in the parliament, and also to, of course, advance the European integration. Is also a place for us to help those in need in Ukraine, to protect those who are affected by the war, to help the community and to keep the community strong in Ukraine, to be able not only to survive but also to advocate for those values themselves.
Thank you. And Vera? No? Okay. Please thank our four speakers. The theme of the conference or the summit today is making human rights visible. Please come to the march on Saturday wearing blue and yellow. And if you would like one of the Ukraine Pride flags that we have, please come and see me or my colleague Christine here at the front. We have plenty of them here. Thank you for joining us today. Enjoy your break. And I think I'm handing over for a few words to my dear friend Juan Carlos.
Thank you, Steve. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for being here. And simply, I would like to personally thank Rafael Escudero for his essential support to be able to bring our two speakers here to share their testimony, to raise awareness. Thank you to the activists and also to the support of the coordinator to raise their voices, also to the European Commission and to the offices of the European Parliament, and also
for all your work in order to support the human rights, the visibility of the situation in Ukraine. Y os pido a todos que os suméis a la campaña que desde
please join our campaign of solidarity and support towards the LGBTQ community in Ukraine. It is a difficult situation among all of us. We will help them leave the situation behind. I also encourage you to share the hashtag that you can see on screen. And I encourage you also to make a small donation via the webpage. Thank you very much. We have 10-minute break, and we will resume at 11:30, so with the next session.
Hello, Natasha. Good morning. Can you hear me now? It's okay? Give me a moment that I need my headset and I can speak with you. Okay, hello, good morning, Natasha. Hi. I speak with a microphone in the room, okay, and when the speaker in the room is speaking in English, you can hear the original, like me. And now I call it speak you with the text of translation, and tell me if it's okay. Thank you so much. Okay, it's correct. Correct. See you in 5 minutes, and thank you so much.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We will continue with the next panel. We're going to be talking about synergies between the LGBTQIA plus feminist and pride movements. As you know, we are on YouTube. If you are online, you can send us your questions via chat, and we will open up a Q&A at the end, so please go ahead. It is a very important topic, taking into account current affairs. I would say that right now there is a sort of strange atmosphere in Spain. If we look back, progress in human rights has always been surrounded by conflicts, tensions, misunderstandings. And within our community and our movement, from the internal point of view, let's leave aside what's happening on the outside and let's look in. These are reactions that have a specific context and explanation in a moment in which our lives and our bodies are at stake. This means uncertainty, lack of control, not knowing what's going to happen, and especially a lot of emotional exhaustion. If we put all these ingredients inside a cocktail maker, this means that we are always on alert and we react sometimes on the defense or even aggressively, unfortunately, towards also those who are near us. If we look back, this has happened along history, but with different positions on the same topic, we were all going along the same path. But nowadays we have a different feeling. It seems that there's an expansion of hate speeches, polarization, those that fear us as part of these movements. And it makes us feel that our paths have been separated. To talk about this, I have references who will be speaking about how we can build a common future together. We have Berta Cao, feminist and LGBTI ally. She's an expert in gender diversity with a wide experience in the administrative field. She's been commissioner for the Madrid Council for World Pride 2017. She's prepared equality plans, guidelines, or inclusive language manuals for the public administration and the private sector. Online, we have Natasha Kennedy. I don't know. Yes, she's on screen. She's on screen now. Welcome, Natasha. She's professor at the Goldsmith College. She collaborates with The Guardian, and she's an expert in transgender studies, and she fights for the transgender rights. We also have the president of LGBTQIA+, Uje Sangil. Her contribution has been essential with regard to the trans law passed in February this year. And finally, we also have Rocío Saiz, actress, artist, singer, activist for LGBT rights. Welcome, everyone. Allow me a few words before starting. Rocío, it is a pleasure to have you here with us. What you've experienced is difficult to explain in words. It is a warning sign of what awaits us if we don't take this matter seriously. To have you here is important. We have a reference of the three movements. We want to make your voice our own. Your fight is everyone's fight. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for the support of the community. It's been a difficult week for me. And I'd like to think that I'm not just an example. This is what we are suffering every day in many cases. And they're here right? Do you remember when they were saying it's going to snow, and then it snowed suddenly in Madrid, and we were locked in for a week? Well, this is our power. We have to be able to prevent and to do something before the snow falls, because maybe next year we won't be able to have a Pride, films, or a Ministry of Culture. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much. I would like to start by giving you the floor to each one of you so that you can share your assessment on the current situation within the three movements, the main issues that you can identify, and that, Berta, I can see you, so I'm going to give you the floor first. She's not using a microphone. If we can please switch on her microphone.
¿Tengo que? Uy. El humor es un gran arma, también os lo digo, ¿eh?
Humor is a great weapon. Yes, definitely it is the best weapon. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to Madu and to Egal and to Juan Carlos for allowing me to participate at this round table. As Maribel was saying, it is a very important debate. I think it is snowing right now, despite the heat, or maybe we're in hell. I don't know. It's not clear to me. Our country, we will be facing this wave of fascist integrism as a serious issue. The current division that exists within the feminist movement, this is an obstacle for our strength to be able to deal what is coming and what has also occurred in some of the municipalities and regional governments. Apart from having a great sense of humor, I'm an optimist. I want to believe that this is within our reach, our hands, and right now the time has come to think about the truth of life, our rights, our bodies, as Uge was saying in the opening speech of Madrid Pride. Our lives are at stake, whether you are heterosexual, woman, lesbian, transsexual, transgender, bisexual, but especially freedom is at stake. Freedom is not about having a beer, even if many people think so. Freedom is about being here and about showing who we are, our bodies, our bosoms, and everything, taking into account what feminism has taught us. What is personal is political. Let's do politics from the space of respecting our rights. Maybe somebody can explain this to me, but I can't really believe that we're here because of a law that is making a progress in the rights of people. Because if we were talking about a backlash, I could understand, but we're moving forward. It is a progress. I can't understand that from LGBTQIA plus movement, the progresses, the advances made thanks to feminism. It seems that the Spanish feminist movement has not learned from the LGBT movement. Each time there's a disagreement within the LGBT community, it has been incorporated. In the feminist movement, there's a disagreement, and this leads to division, and this is the main problem. I know that several people here in the room belong to the feminist movement with different positions, and this is the big issue that we have to deal with from the point of view of the feminist movement. It's not about one or the other, it is about all of us together. Just to start with. Thank you very much, Berta.
Natasha, thank you very much for joining us. I would like to hear your voice about this very hot topic that we are facing right now. And please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. So I can speak really about the situation in the UK at the moment. The UK has fallen from number 1 to number 17 in LGBTQIA plus rights in Europe. There's been an increase in violence against trans people. We've had one young trans person stabbed to death in Warrington, which is halfway between Liverpool and Manchester this year. Attempted murder of 2 trans women in East London as well. Yet in the UK, women are consistently 3 to 1 in favour of trans people's human rights. And interestingly, only 4% of lesbians are opposed to trans people's human rights. Yet, what we hear constantly from the media in particular is that it's a competition between trans rights and women's rights. This is not the reality on the ground. That's why Professor Sally Hines and myself started up FGen, the Feminist Gender Equality Network, in response to people trying to start up academic networks that were gender critical. We have ended up with a network that's far too big for us to manage easily at the moment. It's a victim of its own success. We've got something like 1,500 members worldwide have joined, mostly cis women who want to support intersectional feminism, a feminist approach that includes trans women. What we have is what I call mirror propaganda going on, where the media is saying, oh, trans people are silencing women, trans people are enemies of women, and this kind of thing, and that isn't actually happening. We have a lot of issues where trans people and most cis women are aligned, and indeed the people who are opposing our human rights are people who are opposing human rights for everybody. Abortion rights, equal marriage, equal adoption, equal IVF, contraception, domestic violence prevention. Some of these people are even opposing interracial marriage, which is an issue for me personally as well. So I think there is actually a huge amount in common. The problem is that the headline group, if you like, who represent women feminists in the media tend to be the gender critical ones. And what that means is we're getting, in media terms, we call this a false consciousness that produces pluralistic ignorance. So the media is making it appear that more people are opposed to trans rights, and women in particular are opposed to trans rights, whereas in actual fact, that isn't the case. Yet it makes people perceive differently. So I think there is a lot of potential for different groups to join together, particularly feminist groups, intersectional feminist groups, genuinely feminist groups, and LGBTQIA groups, trans people. We are naturally on the same side here. The people who are opposing my human rights are the people who are trying to take away human rights from everyone. And a lot of that goes through the media. I think we need to step up now. We need to work together, because if we don't stand together, then we will be picked off separately. We've already seen now they're starting to move on from targeting trans rights in the UK to starting to target abortion. Suddenly there's a lot of media interest in questioning abortion rights, which I think is very dangerous. So I'm going to leave it there, but I just want to say we need to be careful about what we perceive, how the media presents things. They do present this as a false consensus. And in my experience, that false consensus does not exist. We are on the same side.
Thank you very much, Natasha. I think that having your view is a representation of the things that we're seeing here not happening only in Spain. It is something that is generalized, and we are seeing more and more hate speeches across the globe, and that is something that we have to take into consideration and be careful with that. Rocío, sí que me gustaría...
Rocío, I'd like to have your opinion. What do you think on this matter, the current situation? Well, I'm always in the middle of many things. I'm going to be honest. I've been fiercely attacked by heterosexual CIS men, but also by other people whenever I defend intersectional feminism. I've had this debate within the music sphere. I have an association of women who work in the industry of music, and within this association we have the same debate. Transgender, yes, no. It seems that it should be clear, but I don't understand that the same hatred that we are criticizing with regard to patriarchy exists also within feminism. And I don't want to... I think it's important that we listen to each other, that we don't offend. There's a part of feminism that doesn't even want to listen or dialogue. And this is a very risky situation. We have to sit down. We have to talk. It's not about attacking. It's not having about demonstrations during the 8th of March or fighting in social media. Take into account that the majority of important positions are held by men in this world. Why do we focus on this? Don't we focus on this instead of fighting among this? If we also want to fight among us, well, once we've won the war, we can see, but we haven't won that war yet. So this is a call to action to my feminist colleagues. I don't feel proud of all these attacks. Leave them aside. Far right is coming. Fascism is coming. They're coming, and being or not inclusive, well, we will be asking ourselves if we'll be able to celebrate a pride in Murcia, or if we will have a law that will not allow people to be who they are, regardless of their genitals. Some people don't have a pussy, so I'm here to say this at the European Parliament headquarters. I think that this is a priority, and right now it is an essential moment. From this context, self-managed groups, Afro-collectives, communities, grassroots communities, let's leave the ideology walls aside and let's join forces to fight the other. Because we will end up in Spain divided in two different groups, and there will only be one at the end. We want to listen to you, Uge. That's okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for listening. I think it's important that we listen to each other. I agree with Natasha, with our colleagues here in Madrid, and I want to start on a positive note. What is happening and what do they want to do, not only in Spain, but also in the international sphere and in the UK? And apologies, maybe this could be a bit long, but I think it is important that we listen to each other, that we reflect, and then we work, join forces, and work together. I want to start by saying that feminism has always been a welcoming home for people LGBTQ. We are part of feminism because feminism is social transformation. What has happened here? They've tried to divide us. As simple as that. The phrase that we know, divide and you will conquer. It is one of the main principles of war and also with regard to social movements. If they divide us, they kill us. If we have a strong enemy in front of us, feminism and LGBTQIA+, yes, sometimes it's difficult for me to say this. This is the best strategy. Divide us, isolate us, and defeat us. That's the strategy. Political war is in the hands of these actors, and it's not really about how these groups are composed. The LGBT plus movement is feminist. It is on the side of women. We've always been on the side of women, with the majority of feminist women, and we protect what is theirs as what is theirs protects what is ours. And we have fought for the law on abortion, on domestic violence, positive action, and feminists have fought with us for equal marriage, the transgender law, and we cannot deny all of these events. This battle dividing us sometimes doesn't allow us to see who we are. Who is the feminism? Who represents the community? Are we allies or not? And to make us confront each other. And I'm going to try to be positive, even if war seems to be everywhere. We always see negative things, but I think they failed. This strategy is not local. This division, trying to divide us, is not local. And Natasha was explaining this too. Far right has on the media supported feminist movements to attack transgender, and also trying to make lesbians leave the movement, presenting transgender rights as something that is contrary to lesbian rights. And this is not the case. We all add. And they've also tried to separate LGBT from transgender. And this has occurred on the media, on social media. And this has happened here in Spain. They've tried to divide the transgender community to make us different and confront feminism, but I think they haven't achieved. The non-inclusive feminism, I think, is a minority. This is my opinion. And we have to also thank women, lesbian colleagues, especially bisexual colleagues, gay colleagues, that they have supported transgender people rights, and they have helped us. It's been a very long fight against transgender people. And sometimes I wear a shield, so I'm not wounded. But when you reach the end of the day and you go to bed and you read, it hurts. It hurts. And they try to attempt against my own life in some cases.
But I know that I have allies too, and that they will not let us down. And I'm also certain that there is unity. And as Berta and Natasha and Rocio were saying, let's not miss the point. They're coming after us. Let's not look elsewhere and just say, oh, this doesn't concern me. This is about trans people. I'm not at risk. There are some sentences that we have probably all heard in the social media. There are boards that say first they went after the trans people, then they went after the lesbians, then they went after the bisexual people, and then they went after women. And for the rest of us, and this is not just something you can hear. This is happening. Let us not forget what happened in the past. Let us remember history. Yesterday, we need to remember the past and the present. Yesterday, I just happened to open my Twitter, and you see this beautiful clip on diversity from the Partido Popular, from the Popular Party. And you say, oh, aren't they cute? And 2 hours after that, we read the official bulletin of the state, and we read that they have applied against the constitutionality of the LGBTQ law, where bisexual people, lesbian women, gay people, trans people, and intersexual people, this law has given us our rights, and they are questioning this law. They are questioning our identity because the headquarters of this body is not a blue side, it is a green side. We need to mobilize. We need to think about where we want to live. If we want to go back to the Franco dictator's times, or if we want to live in a house full of colors, full of diversity. And there might be so many differences and arguments between us, but we have a lot of debates, and we have a lot of things that we can discuss among us, but we need to walk hand in hand, and we need to make our home the feminism. Feminism needs to be the home of LGBTQ people, because there is no other way of conquering and defending our own rights.
Dentro de todas las
Among all your reflections, there's one common aspect: the way the media and the way the political parties' speeches are actually reinforcing this violence against the LGBTQ plus community, and how they manage to make us confront ourselves and fight ourselves. So, in your opinion, how do you think that we can actually make bridges, build bridges, in order to keep walking together and walking the same path together? I can give you an example of a personal experience this very week with journalists. It's really shocking to think that fascists are everywhere. You turn on the TV and you see them on the screen. And this week I've seen real boxing fights in the media. And I will launch here a message for the journalists and for those who decide to bring people who are against human rights to be in their shows. They should be ashamed of themselves. And I will also like to call the audience to not follow these journalists, not to turn on the TV to watch this type of programs, of shows on the television. We had to stop going to music festival because there were no diverse people, no women. We are at the same point right now. The media need to support us. They need not cheat us. They should not overexpose us just to have their own clickbaits. Journalists are forced by their outlets to have important news or news that are very appealing to the public, but let's not play their game. This is pointless for us. So I would call upon all these journalists and ask them to help us. They're an important weapon in our fight in order for these rights not to be lost or revoked. Natasha?
So I would agree with that, but I would also say from my own experience here that the exclusion of trans people from the media is pretty much a hermetic exclusion. Most newspapers will not allow us to have a voice. They will not allow our allies to have a voice, and they will not report on things which are favourable to us. Just near this part of London, where I'm not actually a professor, I'm a lecturer, by the way, but we have some fascists tried to shut down a drag queen story time event, and a lot of local trans people and local feminists and local socialists prevented them. It was very bloody. There were people who got hit. The media simply did not report that, and that's normal. The media is literally locking us out, while at the same time saying, oh, trans people are silencing feminists, etc. So I'm afraid I'm somewhat pessimistic. Maybe it's different in Spain and other countries compared to the UK. In the UK, the media is very, very cliquey. It's very centred. There's a very small gene pool, if you like, of people who work in the media. And I think that is becoming the problem, and it's even been the problem in newspapers like The Guardian and New Statesman, which should really be more supportive. There was a headline in the New Statesman last year sometime, which talked about the trans question, which was actually really, really scary because it harked back to the Jewish question early last century. So I think I'm still quite pessimistic. I don't know what the situation is like in Spain, but in the UK, there is no opening to get into the media, or very, very little. It's hermetically sealed. And I think that's a big problem. Also, in terms of, yes, we should be talking, and a lot of people have been trying to talk to gender critical feminists. Everybody I know has felt there is no communication from the other side. It's bad faith. They're not listening. I've tried, other people have tried, lots and lots of different trans women, trans men, non-binary people have tried, some of our allies have tried, and there is simply no listening going on. And I think maybe we need to start thinking about, where do we draw the line? Where do we say these people are not fascists, not feminists anymore, these people are fascists? Because a lot of them are supporting right-wing agendas.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Berta, estás...
Berta, I see you sweating still. Okay. So, I just want to... I just remembered by what Uge was saying about how shameless the Partido Popular are. When I was coming back home, when I was crossing the center of Madrid, in the midst of the works, I saw that there was a board in the building of the presidency of the Madrid region that was lit with the flag of the rainbow flag. And I thought to myself, my God, they want to dismantle the LGBTQ plus law, and then they're portraying this rainbow flag. It's very hard for me to understand what goes on in their minds. I think that some people couldn't hear me because my microphone was off, but I was saying something very interesting, I can assure you. I was saying that there's this big incoherence, inconsistency in what the Partido Popular is doing here, but who knows what goes through the president of the Madrid region, is what happens in her brain. I am sure, and I would like to thank Joseph, Ben, and Paula for their work, despite the fact that the media are not paying attention to this current event that we're hosting here. They're not interested. What is interesting for them is the conflict. Who are the owners of the media? It's much more interesting to bring some celebrity to say whatever than talking about or displaying what we're doing here. Tamara Falcó is a Spanish celebrity, and Tamara Falcó is a person who lacks education, and there are many journalists who lack education, and all these talk show participants lack education. They do not have any education. So if this celebrity, if Tamara Falcó had any education, this would change her mind. I want to believe, at least, that if she had any education, she would think differently. Yes, but I would like to mention somebody who I admire greatly, who is José Pablo López. He is the director of the programming of the national radio channel, and he used to work in the regional TV broadcasting channel. And when he worked there, it was the Pride Week was on, and for the first time we could actually turn on our television and put on this channel, because it was unbelievable. I had to confess that for the first time he called me to interview me, I was very afraid. I thought, oh, he will be asking for money, but then I realized that he was not he was not doing that just because of the money, and actually he has been fired. Fortunately, he has been hired as a director of the programming of the national TV national radio channel, and you can see that in the programming that he does. This is all political. We need to think about who has the power in selecting all the programming for the TVs, for the media outlets, etc. When, broadly speaking, I agree with Natasha. What they're interested in is in conflict, in the divide. This is what earns them audience. If we go and look inside, and we do some self-criticism, if we think about what ways we could find to lay out these bridges? What are the things that we could work in order for the three groups to have these bridges on? I think that listening is very important. I think that we need to look each other into the eye, and communication. When it comes to communication, it's been very tough to make people talk about LGBTQ plus pride and not gay pride. It took a long time. It took a lot of effort. We had to address many communicators, many media outlets, and this is something that as a social movement that we are, we need to consider this as the Chinese drop and just keep hammering on this idea. And I think that we still have allies within the media, and we have some voice within the media, but we cannot forget that these media are funded by whom? Who has the money here? What's going on with the extreme right? How are they being funded? Through the churches, through different extreme right organizations? There's a lady, Elena, I never remember her family name, and actually I don't even want to remember her name, but she has been fined because she was applying conversion therapies in the Madrid region, and well, she has been supported by these organizations, extreme right organizations, and she keeps doing this conversion therapy, quote unquote. And I think that we need to try to convince the person that we have by our side if we cannot get to the media. For instance, I am an activist 24 hours a day. I do not live out of this. I have my job in a center devoted to people with disabilities, and my colleagues at work change the shifts with me, and they make my life much more easy. And my colleagues talk to me, and my workmate ask me, Uge, you know about this. So they ask me, who would recommend I should vote? And I say, well, I won't tell you who to vote, but let us sit down, let's discuss what their political programs are. And I think we need to be very pedagogical with the people around us, with our neighbors, with the person at the supermarket, but also with the media. And we need not get tired. We need to avoid direct confrontation. We need to avoid speaking from the crazy, from the rage. We need to try to find the ways to talk calmly, try to find the synergies. The path will be longer, but I think that's the only way forward. I think we need to work with the feminist group, with the LGBTQ plus group, with I think it's true that the LGBTQ plus is very well structured, and the feminist movement is more anarchic, if you want. But we need to find the leaders of this group. We need to try to work together. We need to look at each other and tell each other what's going on in our respective communities, and try to find the ways to set these bridges, to keep working together. We have all these movements represented here, and I think that we need to sit down and just talk. We are not so far away from each other. We have the same goal, which is our rights, and I would start with sitting down at the same table and talk with the people from the social movements, with the activists. They are the people who really take the pulse of what's going on. And we need to talk from safe spaces, from calm spaces, and not set ourselves in these high towers that bring us so far apart from the rest of the communities. We need to be humble. We need to pay attention, to listen to the other parties, and find the common things between us all.
No os cortéis, por favor.
Presidenta, está usted ganando hoy todo el...
Don't be shy. Put your hands together if you want.
To what Uge was saying. Okay.
estaba aplaudiendo.
Estaba aplaudiendo. No, estaba aplaudiendo.
I would like to add something to what you have said about listening. I think young people are very important in this field. I do not want to generalize, but I'm afraid I will have to. I think young people are a bit out of these social movements. I think that the president is right. We need to talk with the feminist leaders, but I'm very concerned about the fact that the young people, you know that the greatest number of suicide cases are between 18 and 26 years old, that they're trying to make ends meet, and they're struggling with their day-to-day lives, and for them it's harder to go and fight for their rights when they have to fight for their for their living. So I think we need to think of strategies to bring all these people into this and to make them be concerned about this and to be aware that this affects them too, because the problem between the grassroots groups and the people who are making the decisions is that we are very far apart. We need to find a way to connect these two parts, the bases and the decision makers. From my perspective, I think that sometimes we forget to share with society what we want to achieve and where we want to get to. And this is my question for you. If we create all these bridges, if we really manage to work together, what are the new opportunities that we would have in front of us? I was thinking about happy places. I was thinking.
Oh, hello, is it me?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
I didn't want to get too pessimistic. I wanted to add on to what Uka was saying. A short story. 15 years ago, 2008, I attended my first London Pride. And at the finish of it in Trafalgar Square, something happened which we refer to now as Toiletgate. In the security company decided they wouldn't let trans women use the ladies' toilet. And it provoked a big demonstration. Lots of people are very angry. And eventually the security company relented and let us in. And there were recriminations with the London Pride Committee. But we persevered. A lot of people persevered. Some of our CIS allies persevered. The day after tomorrow, London Pride looks like being the biggest ever London Pride. The place I'm starting for is far, far further back in the line than I've ever been. But London Pride is specifically foregrounding trans human rights. Now, 15 years, that's the sort of progress. It's very, very inclusive. People realize that it's trans rights that are under attack, mostly. And the LGBTQIA community has come together to support us. So I think Uche is right that we do need to talk to people. We just need to talk to people who are going to listen.
Thank you very much, Uche. Si retomamos la pregunta.
Well, if we take this, if we go back to this question, Uche, what lies ahead of us? What do we need to build? How can we get there? When I have to look into the future, I have to look into the past first. In order to look forward, we need to look backwards. And I was remembering earlier that there was a time in this country not so long ago where gentleman who had been president of the regional government and also mayor of Madrid, and he became Minister of Justice, and he decided that he could make decisions about our bodies. And an association of women from Gijón called the Comadres, and another association from a small village in the north of Spain, they got together just before some Christmas celebrations, and they decided that this could not be allowed to happen. And they generated a movement that was called the Train of Liberty, that was adding more and more people. And on a month of February, they brought so many people to Madrid, supported by all people defending women's rights, that that minister, of whose name I don't want to remember, had to leave and leave his position as a minister. And I think this is one of the accomplishments that we can achieve. We have several examples, as the one of the 7th of November. There was a macro demonstration of women. We have another demonstration coming on the 1st of July. We need to reinforce the message that this movement will defend that reunions or demonstrations can be held in the town halls to defend people when there has been a case of domestic violence, for instance, or that there are support measures or resources to help women go back home safely, for instance. And these are the types of things that we defend also from the LGBTQ+ movement. The street is still ours. And unfortunately, there aren't many big demonstrations that can support all of these things, because as Rocío was saying at the beginning, the 8th of March, we see demonstrations where we're all separated, split into different groups. But on the 1st of July, this will be a demonstration, a big, massive demonstration for family diversity, for the rights of everyone. This is also a big demonstration for feminism. And from then, we can achieve anything, as we did before when we joined in that Train of Liberty years ago. Uge? The future. The future starts on the 23rd of July in the Spanish elections. We need to mobilize. We need to go to the polling stations and defend the future that we want. And the future is in the demonstration of the 1st of July. It's a demonstration where we defend diversity for everyone. We embrace feminism with open arms, and they need to be incorporated into the demonstration or be part of this demonstration. And I agree with what has been said about the youth. I was discussing this with a Portuguese TV channel. I believe that this might sound as an utopia, but the pandemic really did us a lot of harm. And one type of harm that it did is it brought us solitude, individualism. Our lives lies in the digital world. We do not build communities. We're using our fingers to tap different screens, but we are not building communities. So the future is in building these communities. I'm a 54-year-old person. I'm not young anymore, but I want to listen to the younger generations. I want to help them. I would lend them a hand. I want to listen to their claims, their problems, and to accompany them from a position where I do not want to impose anything on them. I want to listen to them. I insist enormously in the importance of education, in finding each other, in building alliances, in empathizing with others, with the younger generations, with we need to understand their energy, their issues. Let's remember our own lives when we were younger. I was all day up and down doing things all the time. Let's remember that, and let's empathize with them and understand them, but also let's look up to the elderly also, let's try and understand them. I'm not as strong as I used to be 20 years ago. I have feet pain. I have different types of pain. There might be 70-year-olds who feel younger and are both inside and outside. But let's try and step into their shoes and make their claims our claims too. I think that is where the future lies, and I'm not ashamed in saying that I will go voting to the polling station on the 23rd of July. This will be the way forward, the path forward. On the 1st of July, we also need to go and join the demonstration. We will be supported by almost all organizations from around the country working for migrants and people with disabilities, people from different races and origins, and we need to walk all together, all minorities together, and we will make mistakes, but we need to be able to forgive each other. I think that's an important thing. But let us build these bridges. Let us give our hand to others and defend together human rights.
A mí me gusta lo radical.
I'm in love with radical things. I've just won a small battle against the police. It doesn't mean that all police officers can impose their power. Many do, but what does this mean? We also have good police officers. We also have organizations within police forces that support us and help us. In any case, the biggest right that we have is voting. It is a privilege. In many places around the world, women, different people cannot vote. So for those who cannot do it, let's vote. Marc Umbrell said that they took away so many things from us. They took away fear from us. And we're not going to be full of fear anymore. Personally, and I suppose my colleagues either. We're not going to forgive anything, and if we have to have 450 million trains of liberty in all provinces, in all regions, we will go for it. We will file complaints in case of aggression, hate crime, and social media are helpful. Feminism is strong in social media. Let's go together, and I've managed to have the general attorney, I don't know exactly who that is, to open an investigation against this police officer. Let's not say, no, this is a mess. No, let's not give up. Let's file complaints, and all of this will lead to change and will make us progress. Yes, let's put our hands together. It's been a pleasure to be with all of you here today. Let's open the Q&A. We have a few more minutes for those of you who are connected online. You can send your question on the chat, and we have quite a few questions here in the room. I said that we have good police officers. A good minister. I think you were the first one to raise your hand. Apologies if I'm not following the right order. Good morning. Any heterosexuals in the room? Yes. Okay, great. Marvelous. I like asking this. It is a way of measuring the atmosphere. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. This is a reflection. I think it is necessary, and you all agreed on this, to build bridges within the community, integrate. But many of you have reached the conclusion that ignorance is a political weapon. They want us to remain ignorant. And I think we should start with that. Education is the priority. It has to be number one. And we're not even talking about that formal education to open up debates with arguments. In many cases, debates are related to passion and not reason. And we have to be able to create these bridges and to cross them, really. Because if we have all these arguments from the point of view of passion, personal approach, hate, and there are no arguments that divide us. When we're talking about human rights from that approach, when we say that if I cut my finger, I bleed as a gay person or a trans person or an Asian or black person, we understand that the main reason that unites us is humanity. We're all humans, and from that onwards we can talk about other things. And sometimes they don't let us go to schools to talk. We don't have a presence in the media as trans people, but all of this is fought with education. And I think we need to initiate a shift, a change. I've gone to schools, and you start out with a sort of rejection, but little by little, children, teenagers are interested. They talk to you, they ask you questions, and they just had irrational ideas in their head that made them their own. And this is just what I wanted to share. Within these processes, it is important to build bridges, but also at the same time to educate and to deconstruct ignorance. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I thought that this conference has given me clarity as lesbian, as feminist, taking into account the current moment, and it brings me also hope. You're young too, and you're young. Young person with commitment is difficult to find nowadays. I have 3 questions. I hope we'll have time for them. Can you choose maybe one of the 3 because we're running out of time? Okay, briefly. I'll choose one. Especially Uge, but also the others. You've talked about an enemy. They have tried to divide us. They're coming for us. Can you be more specific in the description of that enemy that we talk about in abstract terms so that we can name it and turn it into something tangible, if possible? It is complex, it is difficult, but they've been identified. The other day I was talking to the ambassador from the US. We have 2 states in the US with 170 laws that have been presented against LGBT community and the rights of women. Out of these laws, 12 have been passed, I think. Who is behind all of this? churches, evangelists probably in the US, but in Spain, in Europe, we have the Junque. It is an organization that you have different pieces on TV in Spain. We also have Estelí. Those are the two main enemies in Spain. Fascists. They have money. They have money. Opus. Yes, I was talking about churches in general. They have a lot of money. And this comes from the east of Europe. The far right funded by these organizations with people that have names and surnames. They come from Eastern Europe many years ago. I remember in 2012 there was a warning. They're coming in Germany. They are concerned by the progress of far right. It is not just about now here in Spain, Vox political party. This has been happening for many years. These parties, together with the right-wing party, Alianza Popular, Partido Popular, Franco is coming back. We're talking about these parties that have inherited those legacies. These are the organizations that are also involved in all this, and they're interested by economic power, of course. This is connected to what you've just said. I have the feeling that family has been heavily criticized by the feminist movement, and this year Pride is devoted to diverse families, and this has led, in my head, to a certain internal contradiction. Maybe you've thought about this, or this has been for you, how to face this contradiction, or to digest it in some kind of way. For feminism, for the feminist movement, family was or can be or is a structure of oppression, because there are certain roles that have to be played according to your gender. But feminist people, non-feminist people, LGBTQ plus, or we all have families, and we all decide who are families. My family can be Uge, can be you. In this case, we are those who can decide, but within LGBTQIA plus community, they have faced this obstacle of having and choosing their family. They haven't been able to have these families, and from feminism, this is what occurred. Because family can be used as an instrument of oppression following these specific roles. We don't have a lot of time. Uge, I think you wanted to take the floor. Well, we have different dynamics. This is the year of diverse families. Diversity within the family, as Berta was saying, as we all want to create it. Two moms and certain also aspects that have to be defended within the LGBT community, processes to adopt, to welcome, bullying suffered by those children of people who belong to the LGBT community, and taking into account the current framework, these claims are included because Pride is a very important tool. But in between, we have these general elections that have been summoned, and well, we have to take this into account. We have to maintain these claims, family diversity, but we also have a clear political message that is our rights, for our lives with pride. This is the main banner at the beginning of the demonstration, and we will combine this with family diversity and other kinds of diversities and the current political moment in the country. Let's realize one thing. In certain municipalities where the political party PP and Vox have reached an agreement, right and far right, they have eliminated the departments of equality and substituted them for departments of family. Family where, in the sense of the woman as the main caretaker, with in charge of household chores, man, woman. We have to break these stereotypes, these impositions by the church. In the appeal against the equal marriage, this is because they don't want us to get married. And if I can't have the same rights.
She wanted to say something as well.
Okay, yes, I'll just quickly in response to the first questioner there about ignorance. What we have to remember is ignorance doesn't just happen. Ignorance is produced. People go out there deliberately to produce ignorance, and in most cases it is produced by certain groups. Very much this is about right-wing organizations, evangelical Christian groups, for example, who are donating huge sums of money to right-wing organizations opposed to LGBTQIA rights in Europe. There's an enormous amount of money. I think Open Democracy, Byline Times have documented some of this. I also, one of the questioners asked, who are these people? What's the description of the enemy? One thing I noticed very, very briefly, in the last panel, I caught the end of it, there was Ina Solson, who was the Ukrainian MP, and what she was describing about having, building an air raid shelter in her child's school, that is exactly what my mother talks to me about. My mother's in her 90s. She lived in London during the Second World War. She was bombed several times. Her school had air raid shelters she needed to use. You may have seen pictures of people hiding in the underground during air raids. She was in one of those pictures. That is who these people are. And in the end, if we let them get away with it, that is what will happen.
Thank you very much for those reflections. Lo siento muchísimo por...
Apologies, we don't have much more time left. Taking into account this important topic, it would be great to hear some brief conclusions from our speakers. If you could close with a tweet, how would you close this panel? Well, I said this before, I think.
No dejéis pasar ni...
Well, don't be afraid. Less action, and don't forgive anything. Just go for it. It's a tweet, right? So it has to be short.
¿Ya la habéis tuiteado? Pues
Sí.
entonces vámonos.
Have you retweeted it? Yes? Okay. Be aware of your capacities, of your power to make things change. We should believe in ourselves, and each one of us. 140 characters, right? I'm not really an expert on Twitter. No, I prefer Facebook. That's right. Yeah. Dialogue, education, unity, pride. Thank you.
Natasha.
I would just like to quote a German MEP tweeted yesterday in German, but I'll say it in English. Today, tomorrow, every day, fight Nazis.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Just to conclude, I think that we've always shown that we are pioneers in our fights. We've always set a difference. We've been an example for many in the progress of our societies. We cannot lose this. You've mentioned the past, the memories, and we owe this to all of those who fought before us. We have to continue their legacy. We have to continue building on this legacy together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maribel. You did a great job. A great moderator and even better person.
Gracias. En unos breves momentos vamos a empezar con la sesión.
In a few minutes, we will start the opening session. We have less than 5 minutes. If you need to go to the restroom, we have the minister coming, so we will start briefly.
abren y te lo chequeo, ¿vale? Te doy 2 toquecitos, ¿vale? Entrar. Lo voy a nivel o...
Empezamos. Desde la oficina.
From the office of the European Parliament, I welcome all of you here at the headquarters of European institutions in Spain, dear Minister, Cristina, Juan Carlos, dear participants who are attending this important event. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to be able to open this panel of the Madrid Summit. An essential part of the Pride celebration in our city. Some of you might know that we have organized many events in this room that celebrate diversity and promote equality. Madrid Summit is one of our main flagship events every year. Madrid Summit deserves a red carpet, and you've probably seen at the entrance, and we have deployed a wonderful rainbow carpet welcoming all our participants to the LGBTI events organized this week. I think in the last years, the European Commission and the European Parliament have worked very hard to promote the rights and visibility of this community in Europe. We have boosted important laws and initiatives. I'll just give you a recent example. One of the highlights was the resolution adopted by the European Parliament in relation to the universal depenalization of homosexuality and trans identity. This resolution, as you probably know, is the first one of its kind, and it is a reaction to the concerning events in Uganda with a law that criminalizes homosexuality and consent relationships between same-sex people. European Parliament opposes the discrimination based on gender identity or sex orientation. This is a clear belief, a firm defense towards human rights. Today, we have talked about the situation of the community in Ukraine, and during the second panel, the need to empower LGBTQIA plus women within the community. These important topics remind us that even if we have progressed, we still have a long way ahead. Our inauguration panel that will be held now is a continuation of the previous debates held during the morning that will then give way to the panels of this afternoon. There's still a lot of stories to share. I have been a personal witness of the evolution of the defense of LGBTQIA plus rights when I started working as a civil servant in Brussels 20 years ago. In those days, it was best to stay within the closet, also in the professional sphere, even in European institutions. This has changed significantly. When I came to Madrid 10 years ago, I immediately noticed that this city was special. Even if I have a German accent, I felt at home. And this is because Madrid represents an authentic inclusion that is represented by the rainbow flag that is shown everywhere in these days. I was honored to participate in the flag hanging at the Pedro Cerolo Square. It was a very important moment in my life, but progress doesn't mean that the fight is over. We still have to face many challenges. We have to break obstacles. We have to continue fighting for the equality of treatment, non-discrimination, essential fundamental rights that belong to the treaties and the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. For this reason, it is a pleasure for me to give the floor to my colleague Juan, who will be representing the European Commission. He is an excellent ambassador in this topic because he's personally worked with the LGBTQIA plus matters in Brussels. Thank you. Enjoy the Pride, and Juan, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días y
Good morning. I would like to join the thanks by Jürgen. The European Commission and the European Parliament are not always in agreement. Sometimes we disagree, sometimes one does more than the other. But in this matter, we have done a lot in the same field. I would like to thank the organizers of Madrid Pride for allowing us to be the hosts of this event. This program with a clear European vocation, if you allow me to say so, that confirms that Madrid Pride is a reference for Europe. And it has been very exciting to hear this morning at the roundtables as NGOs, local associations have been able to welcome Ukrainian people, how they will also give shelter to LGBTQIA people. This is great to hear all of this here in this room. We act as transmitters here to bring these experiences closer to those who are in the first line. Our support goes beyond. It is not only about placing this carpet. Symbols are important, of course, but along the year we work together with many organizations, raising awareness, and also hello to our colleagues from the Embassy of Sweden who will be organizing a Pride parade as presidents of the European Council. I will be very brief in my two main messages. On the one hand, the European Commission supports the LGBTQ community. These days, we've heard this during the Mother Words and the different diversity events. There have been many references to the European Union, messages of solidarity towards Poland, Hungary, Ukraine, and other countries. This is an open situation, but I want to highlight that the European Commission and also the President of the Commission has condemned firmly the actions against the attacks against LGBTQ community, acting with the most powerful weapon that we have, which is the law. And the laws of these two countries have been brought in the European Court. The European Parliament has also joined this case, 15 member states, and we are convinced, we've seen this is the most efficient method to be able to stop these laws. This doesn't mean that once the law takes a few steps back, we have the solution. I wish we had the solution in Europe to all these problems, but a real change requires much more than putting an end to a law. From the European institutions, our contribution has been made. We want to lead the change. We're doing this. I don't know if you've seen this during this term for the first time. European funds have got a specific clause that allows us to freeze funds to those countries that do not abide by the fundamental rights requirements. This has also helped us ease certain matters with regard to those areas LGBTI free and in Poland. And briefly, I would like to mention the LGBT strategy by the Commission. It is the first time in 70 years that Association of Commissioners is adopting a specific strategy in this area. Many of you know about this. Our Commissioner for Equality has presented it. 90 specific actions, including funding to activists, to civil society. It includes laws, draft laws. We will talk about the importance of law that want to promote equality organizations in member states. This will have a real impact for the LGBT community to fight against hate crimes, also to protect children within LGBTQ families. This afternoon you have a specific session on strategic litigation and law. In this context, taking into account that European laws are passed unanimously, there's some laws that are blocked because if one country doesn't agree, it is not passed. The sentences by the European Court allows us to move forward with regard to LGBTQ rights. We don't have competencies in terms of direct litigation, but I can say that these rulings, by their impact, you've probably heard about the comma ruling or gender identity matters that were not in the treaty 50 years. It's been the Court of Justice that has explained how European law can protect in certain cases the community. What is going to happen now, and this will be my wrap-up, this European strategy, if you're interested by it, there's a complementary report. The Commission has opened up consultations in member states and in civil organizations to be able to improve it with regard to our competencies. The future of any European policies will be at stake during the European elections to be held next year. This is the last summit within the current format. We will continue fighting for equality because, as has been said this morning during the session, because the European values, due to the conflict, due to this situation, democracy, fundamental rights, equality, that we took for granted, we did so for some years, that were not in the center of the debate. Equality policies are now part of all this. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your inspiration. I will now give the floor to the Minister for Presidency, Relations with the Courts, Mr. Bolaños.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you, Jürgen, for your words. Thank you, Juan. I'm glad to see that the European Commission and the European Parliament work as any coalition government, and there are differences, disagreements between them, and they all try to look for the best solution. Juan Carlos, the organizer of Madrid Pride, and all the activists who are attending this event. I would like to say, first of all, that Madrid Pride is the best pride in the world. It is the pride of freedom and joy. Joy so that everybody can feel as they wish, and freedom to be able to develop your own life project without anybody saying how you have to lead your life. The demonstration that will be held on Saturday will be an example that demonstrates that Madrid Pride is the best one, and that Spain is leader in the defense of LGBTI rights. When we reached the government on the 28th of June, when Pedro Sánchez was appointed, one of the first measures that we adopted was to declare June 28th as the National Day for LGBTQIA Pride. We did this for many reasons that many of you probably know. we wanted to defend the fight of LGBTI people, and we wanted to send out a message from the government that these claims were made our own, that we are allies of the LGBTI community. Spain was one of the first countries to approve the equality marriage around the world. We wanted to continue progressing. We wanted to turn our country into an inclusive, plural, open country to all LGBTI people. This is why we celebrated June 28th as the National Day of LGBTI Pride. Spain, as you probably know, we had a president, Zapatero, who still inspires us, and he said that when a right is achieved, it opens up the door to other rights. And this is the road that we've walked along for these years. We listen to the street, to civil organizations, to activists, and we convey this to the official gazette. Within this open horizon and this Europe of values, as Juan was mentioning before, democracy, values, tolerance, democracy, Spain is leader in this fight. And we will continue to do so. We see in other European countries, as many of you're probably concerned, and we are concerned too. It's painful to see that some member states hang banners in municipalities saying that these municipalities are LGBTI-free zones. It is concerning to see that in some European countries there can be anonymous reports of homosexual partners with children, as if they were committing a crime. And founding members of the economic community, debates are being held with regard to children having two mothers. These debates are a clear backlash, are an attack to LGBTI community. These member states that are partners, that are within the same union, Spain and countries as Spain who want to defend plurality, open mentalities, rights, we have to fight these battles more than ever, because LGBTI rights, as women's rights, as many other rights, are human rights. And for this reason, they should be away from the ideology debates. Defending LGBTI rights is just being a Democrat. It's not more or less, and it is not too little. For this reason, it is important that we continue launching public policies, and we have to be aware of the threat of these messages sent out in the European Union, and not to be poisoned by two mistakes that are often made. The first one being, no, they won't dare. Well, extremists dare. Well, we will control them. Extremists are very difficult to be controlled, and for this reason we have to open up a democratic debate. We have to defend rights and defend the dignity of people, and within this debate of human rights, we have sure you will find the government of Spain and the president of the government. We will always have our eyes open.
That is why I'm telling you that Spain is a country where we can be proud. On Pride Day, we are proud. We are proud to see Madrid becoming the capital of LGBTQ plus pride of the world. It is So from the Spanish, at the state level, and we are at the avant-garde of the human rights nowadays. And I think this needs to be celebrated. We need to be celebrating this joyfully, and we need to celebrate that we can feel free, that we can lead our lives the way we want without having anybody telling us what to do, what not to do. And when there are people in the Saturday demonstration or these days in Madrid who are fearful of the threats that we see around Europe we see that there are extremist forces with very homophobic speeches, and I want this fear to be turned into joy. This rage that we might feel at some point that of having somebody interfering with our lives, we turn this into a claim for our rights. At the end, the pain that we might feel because somebody is questioning our rights as people, we turn that into love for the rights, into love for other people. This is why the celebration of Pride is a celebration of joy, is a celebration of freedom, it's a celebration of rights. And it's also the claim that we do for all those people who lived, who had a hard time many years ago, of people who never could come out of the closet and who were condemned just because of their sex orientation. And let's remember them now. Let's remember that their suffering, their work, their fight is the torch that we need to keep alive, all of us who are Democrats, in 2023.
Muy buenos días a todas, a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here with us, sharing this space, this event with us in such a special occasion. I would also like to thank I would like to thank the headquarters of the European Parliament and the European Commission. Thank you for opening your doors to us and for the support of this cooperation, this cross-border support. And I would also like to thank all the people coming from Amsterdam, from Ukraine, from Italy, activists who are here making the voices heard, the voices of each and all of us. And I would also like to thank the wonderful team of the SAMI who are really the ones behind this wonderful event. I am the one that you can see today, but the team working behind this are responsible for everything that we are seeing today for this event. I would also like to name the sponsorship, the institutional sponsorship from the Madrid Town Hall. We were going to have Héctor Coronel. I don't know if he actually made it or not, but I want to thank him. And I would also like to welcome the IPOA family, Christine Parina, her president, its president, and also the minister, Felix Bolaños. It's a real honor, a luxury to have you here and to have you support throughout the week that you have been with us this year. It's a very special year. I think that we see what's at stake at the moment, and this is why we're going to take the streets. And I would like to remind everyone that on Saturday, when we are demonstrating something, I would like that everyone remembers that we are commemorating two very important dates. The first is that it's been 75 years since the Declaration of the Human Rights. I also had a meeting with the minister a few days back, and he also remembered this. And it's also 45 years since an important event for the LGBTQ plus community, where the people in many cities in Madrid went out to have the derogation of a law that promoted or allowed conversion therapies to be had through the civilian or the civil society pressure. This law was finally derogated, and this is why the demonstrations have proven to be so useful this week, on this Saturday, for the dignity of all the people who have been joining this fight for their rights and their freedoms. We need to be all on the streets. And I would like us to have a debate on the human rights and the LGBTQIA plus rights. I would like to ask the Minister, Bolaños, what have been the measures that the government is taking to protect and accompany the LGBT plus community. Thank you, Juan Carlos. I think that the question could be a list of my response could be a list of forgive me, let me check this closer. This microphone is like a person. It needs me to be very close to it to work. Beyond the list of measures that we have passed, I think that it would make sense if to give some context to this. The socialist governments, the socialist and progressive governments have always had a particular sensitivity towards the LGBTQ plus community. I reminded earlier that Spain, Juan Carlos was reminding us of that law that also affected the LGBTQ plus community, who had to be forced to live in almost concentration camps. And these laws made part of the worst side of the history of our country, but they became an example not to follow by the progressive governments. And we made so many decisions towards changing this that we became the first country around the world and the first country to decide to accept same-sex marriages, for instance. This led to the emergence of a counter-movement against this. But despite that, this law was consolidated, and many governments, many mandates after that have kept this law. We have passed many important laws. For instance, the law for the protection of the LGBT plus rights. This has been passed recently. It was very controversial, but it includes a lot of content that guarantees and protects the rights of LGBTQ plus people. For instance, conversion therapies are forbidden. There are certain political groups and certain people who still defend this. If I remember properly, the law that Juan Carlos mentioned before dates from the 60s, but even 60-something years later, people are still supporting that type of repugnant measures against LGBTQ plus people. We also passed a second law that you might remember, those who are Spanish in the audience, because this received the name of one of the most loved activists, which is the Cerolo law. Unfortunately, Cerolo left us a few years back, and this law that was against the discrimination also made sure that there's a constant surveillance on the part of the public administrations against anything, any measure that could be discriminatory. And we hope that after the debate that we will be having, we hope that this law will be also kept. And there's another important law, which is the Democratic Memory Law. This law was very important for Spain because we had to be able to look to the past and remember the victims and what had happened so that our democracy became better. And it's worth noting that what the dictatorship and the repression of those years meant for the LGBTQ plus people. We need to remember to keep this memory alive. Every time that there's a step forward in terms of the rights, we never start from scratch. All the fights for advancement are always based on something that happened before, and all the suffering that people from the LGBTQ plus community endured through the dictatorship years was important, and their fight has led to what we have today, and that we need to remind them that their fight was fruitful, and that this Spain reminds us of the Spain that they dreamt of back in the day.
Muchas gracias, Ministro.
Thank you very much, Minister. I would like to introduce a great friend of mine, Christine. She is the president of our family, as I call it, the EPOA. She has been a colleague for many years at the board, and she knows firsthand how important it is to have the Pride parades. This is one of the most important instruments that we have to gain visibility. For the 2 years that we could not be on the streets due to the pandemic, the hate speeches increased and the hate crimes increased up to 70%. There were cases that we believed were eradicated, such as the murder of Samuel in Coruña in the northwest of Spain. These type of things started happening again. So it's very important to take the streets again, because what you don't see, you don't care about. Isn't it, Christine? Welcome.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. I will speak in English. I'll give you a second to put your headphones on. Thank you, Juan Carlos. And first of all, thank you for organizing this summit and for allowing these high-level conversations happen, but also having activists involved in them. It's really important space for us to have, and because Pride is first and foremost about activism, and Madrid Pride, thank you again, Madrid, for always keeping the activism part and human rights part at the heart of your events. It's very important for us. So I will put a little bit more of international perspective on the question and the Pride movement. It is the strongest tool that we have for advocacy for human rights, as far as I'm concerned, but it's also the most visible, the most loud, and the strongest civil rights movement in the world, because what else has gone on for so long, so visible, continuously, every year, if it wasn't so powerful, why would the countries with so not democratic regimes would try to crack down on Pride so hard if they weren't afraid of the power that Pride has as a tool for change? And I think that today, all over Europe, and the minister already mentioned that, there's a lot of extremism. We see LGBTQI people and their lives being used by certain political ideologies to prove their righteousness, and that it opens up the gate for attacks on LGBTQI people and to violence against LGBTI people. It sort of legitimizes the bullies. And the propaganda against LGBTQI people is the so-called anti-gender movement. It is everywhere, and it is spreading, and it does not know borders. Somehow we let it happen. Somehow we legitimized this by allowing the idea that there are two sides of this conversation, and let us be completely clear, there are not. And we see rise in attacks against LGBTQI people in places that were previously unthinkable. There was a shooting in Oslo at LGBTQI club day before Pride a year ago. There was a deadly attack on a trans man at a Pride in Germany. Copenhagen Pride office was attacked with a hate speech graffiti just a few weeks ago, and in a country that is number 3 on ILGA Europe rainbow list. So safety is relative when we allow these conversations to happen anywhere within our European family and European values, and unless we actively protect the rights we already have and we actively fight against hate, not just where we are, but everywhere, it is going to spread, and we already see that. And Pride is not the answer. Pride is just asking the questions. And with Pride, we have this chance to ask them louder and louder. So that would be my question to the Minister, if you can comment on what government can do to help us to ask those questions, but most importantly, to answer those questions through Pride, and can we get those voices amplified somehow even more in Spain, but that needs to be heard also by the European community.
Thank you very much for your question.
I believe that it is a very interesting debate that Christian opens, and she was saying that European countries that supposedly support values, human rights values and democracy values, how can they support this type of issues? We are seeing that countries that are our partners within the European Union, and I didn't want to name the countries, although I'm sure you know of which countries I'm talking about, because what we're seeing at a European level, and this is what's really concerning to us, what we're seeing is a reactionary wave that is against the LGBTQ people's rights, but not only against this community's right. And this is the question. The Pride is not an answer, as you said, but it is a question. This is the question that we need to ask ourselves. It's true that we see that there are extremist movements that are questioning the LGBTQ plus people's rights, and this is happening within a context where there's an increase in the number of hate crimes. There's been a considerable increase also in Spain of these type of crimes, where we are a country that is friendly, that respects, and not only respects, but also tries to push all rights for the LGBTQ plus community. And there are many ways for fighting against this. Obviously, we need to be aligned with the rights of the LGBTQ plus people within the frame of the human rights. Speeches are actually legitimizing behaviors and attitudes. When Samuel was murdered and the killers were shouting faggots, faggots, then we see that there's a legitimization of this type of actions through the speeches, and we need to set the red line there, that the boundaries against hatred, against the people who deny other people's rights. We need policies, and we need pedagogy as well. We need to, maybe we're talking about the same thing, because policies are not only in the hands of the ministers of or the members of the parliament, but it's you who make these policies with your behaviors, with the way you live, with the things you say, with the things you do. And those behaviors, those speeches that defend human rights are the ones that can really stop the reactionary wave that wants to limit the rights that we had accomplished through a fight that had lasted for many years. It is true that we are going through a very complex and worrisome time. We are seeing a horrible wave of increase in the number of hate speeches and the movements from the extreme right parties and movements. We saw a big banner where they displayed their will to throw to the bin rights for everyone and the Agenda 2030, and we need to claim back those rights. Within this context, Minister, where we see the increase of these extreme right speeches and taking into account the importance of the role of the Spanish government, what would you say it's the role of this government, of our country, within the current environment? It's true that we're taking the presidency of the European Union on the 1st of July, and it will be on us to organize debates among the members of the European Union. And from our standpoint, our role is very important, and based on what the European pride is, that was born 30 years ago in London with the first demonstrations. Madrid has been the European capital of the Europe Pride on 2 years, and we have worked on those values, on the main founding values of the European Union, and what it meant back in the day that European countries decided to share values, which meant to share democracy. On that basis, we will be working with the other member states to use those values to create dams to protect ourselves from hate speeches. Of course, there will be difficult conversations to be had. There will be governments within the European Union that hold different opinions. So we need to think the formulas that we are going to use. We need to use policies. We need to use pedagogy. We need to find allies of other countries who are committed with human rights, with the constitution, with the European values and the constitutional values of each of the countries. And on that basis, we need to build the pedagogy that will help us make other people understand that they cannot discriminate. Such a great number of people, of such a great percentage of the population. But even if this was a minority, we cannot discriminate to these people who have their own projects for their own lives, who have the rights and need to be able to pursue their own lives and achieve their own goals. And this is a debate where the biggest number of countries could contribute and prevent these reactionary waves to keep growing. You can count on Spain, with the Spanish government and with the Spanish presidency of the European Union. You will find an ally to push forward the measures defending the rights of the community in the future.
Pues hablamos de eso, de derechos.
So yes, we're talking about rights, human rights. We said that 75 years ago it was a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we just need to read the first two articles. We were already there, all of us included in that declaration, and there seems to be people who still do not understand that. So we will have to keep working hand in hand with the Spanish government and to whomever wants to join in this fight. We count on you, we need you, and we will keep debating this afternoon. But for now, I think it's good that we refill, that we eat something and gather strength with a bite, with a drink. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Christine. And thank you also to Felix, the minister. Let's meet again after lunch.
Hola.
Hello. Good afternoon. Let's resume the Madrid Summit with the afternoon sessions. We have Joseph, who will be introducing the panel. I would like to welcome all the speakers. It is great to have them here with us. Thank you to Manuel Ródenas for his commitment and the work that he has prepared to make this panel possible. Thank you. I was going to present the panel. We have Manuel Ródenas. He's a lawyer, expert in LGBTQIA plus rights, and specialized also in hate crimes. Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you to everyone for being here at this session. For the first time, thanks to the Summit's initiative, we will have legal representatives from Spain, Europe, and the US to be able to talk about the legal situation and the impact that it has on the community. First of all, we have Alexander Suster. He's a lawyer. He has been working as a law professor at Trento University, and he's an expert in European law in terms of LGBTQIA plus rights. We will then have Olga. She's a lawyer specialized also in LGBT rights, and she has been in charge of the first case of acknowledging non-binary identity in Spain, recently in Andalusia. We will then give the floor to Saul Castro, who's also a lawyer and specialized in LGBTQ rights, and Diana Adams, finally, a professional and expert in law, specialized in LGBT family and in new realities that haven't been faced in the legal sphere in Spain, in Europe, with regard to family. She's an expert in the situation of the US in terms of LGBT rights. I will now give the floor to Alexander Schuster. You have 6 minutes per person so that you can talk about, well, make your presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manuel. First of all,
Me gustaría
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a true honor to me to be here and to be able to participate as a speaker in the summit this year and to celebrate Madrid Pride. I'll be speaking in English because Spanish, I can use my Spanish to ask for sangria, but not much more.
I'd like to introduce what the European Union and the European Commission is doing in support of LGBTI rights within the Union. And as many of you, I think, know, the current leading case being brought by the European Union in defense of LGBTI rights is the case against Hungary. So just a very brief overview, what's going on in Hungary. Well, on the law that's been challenged now since December 2022 before the Court of Justice of the European Union. We all know the sort of regime, well, can I say regime, or it's not allowed in this building, but let's put the situation in Hungary is well known. And they passed a law that should somehow impact more on children, because they have forbidden, or rather restricted, any kind of communication information services that do not that do encourage or provide even information about living a gender identity that is not in line with the sex assigned at birth. So this, now it's important to understand that the European Union, it's not like the European Court of Human Rights. It does not have a competence, does not have the power to intervene whenever a fundamental right is violated, okay? This is not the mandate of the European Union. You know, there are just a few things where the European Union can intervene. It's not like, this is horrible, how can the European Union not do anything? Because they have kind of parameter, a limited amount of power that they can exercise in certain matters. So how do they devise a way to challenge this law that's been passed by Hungary? Well, first of all, what they usually do, they monitor what's happening in the member states. So while the law was pending in parliament, they asked for some clarifications, okay? But then eventually the Hungarian parliament passed the law. And once the law was passed, they were fully entitled to formalize their objections to the law. And Hungary did not provide sufficient argument to say there's no breach of EU law. So eventually, once the member state is given the opportunity to defend itself and the arguments raised are insufficient, not showing that actually there's no breach of EU law, then the Commission has only one thing to do, and that is bring the member state before the Court of Justice and say these are the breaches we think have been done by the member state, and then the Court of Justice will say there was an infringement, you know, there's a so-called infringement procedure, and there was a violation of EU laws. So the Commission, the European Union, can only say this, well, this law breaches this, and this European Union law, not general principles, but these laws. And what kind of laws were identified, what kind of legal instruments by the European Union were identified as being violated? Well, the freedom, you know, in other member states to provide information services in Hungary. So I think, for instance, I like Swedish language, and I was very happy to find on a streaming service a TV series called Young Royals, okay? So it's about kind of a first gay prince in the Swedish dynasty and so on. And so that streaming service would not be allowed, you know, to broadcast those TV series or provide services because you have actually gay people, lesbian people, trans people, and the sex people in the information that's been, it's within the digital market, right? So I'm entitled to deliver services Europe-wide. Now, by passing this law, Hungary said, no, you can't do this because you have to put it in some hours as you were like stream porn kind of thing, and so a lot of obstacles. And even an authority in Hungary asked companies in other member states not to deliver those services to the Hungarian customers because of this law. So, you know, plenty of obstacles. This is just one example. And since this law impacts on several directives, okay, so binding instruments upon the states about services, digital media, etc., audiovisual services, that's where the Commission intervenes. And if something interferes with the not just economic freedoms, but this case about providing services, etc., then whatever a member state does that has to do with services or goods or something that where the Commission has to ensure there's a standard, there is freedom, okay, to provide these services, well then the action of the member state that falls within the competence of the European Union has to comply with the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. So sort of the fundamental rights in the Constitution of the European Union. So it's like the Fundamental Rights Charter, it's called. And so if you do this, not only you violate the directive, but by doing this, you actually violate several fundamental rights. And the point clearly was violation of the principle of non-discrimination, but because you're clearly targeting the LGBTI community. You're violating the freedom to expression, to provide also information to people and get information, and the freedom to private life. I can't talk about myself because I'm providing, you know, an example of a trans person that's happy to be a trans person and living in Hungarian society. So there were several violations. And what is also an interesting point of the application against Hungary said, those violations all fundamental freedoms are so severe, so serious, that they actually came here violating the very principles on which the European Union is founded. So there are plenty of arguments against Hungary, and we don't know the outcome. But what we know is that by now 15 member states intervene in support of the Commission against Hungary. Unfortunately, my member state, where I come from, Italy, did not support the Commission in that effort against Hungary. But still, 15 member states, and that's really, really a lot. It's the highest number ever reached. Other ways, do I have a few minutes? Sorry, I didn't. No, just 1 minute. Another way that's just to mention, because EU law, it's not that easy to understand, but it's the conditionality clause that's been now in most funding schemes of the European Commission. I give you money, you are not obliged to take it, but if you take it from me within a European Union program, then you have to comply with certain conditions. And one of these conditions is the respect of fundamental right and a way of spending the money that is non-discriminatory. And this conditionality was used to stop the so-called LGBTI free zones in Poland, because those administrations that decided against, LGBTI people said this is an LGBTI free zone, then they would no longer be entitled to get funding from the union because they would not respect the condition of non-discrimination. And this was a way, successful way so far, to limit the LGBTI free zones in Poland. Okay, just to give you an idea. But remember, the European Union, unfortunately, is not something that can do whatever is needed to preserve democracy and fundamental rights. But they're really doing their best, and we'll see what this all will lead to. Thank you.
Gracias, Alexander. Y ahora es el
Thank you, Alexander. We're going to leave the floor to Olga, who is going to give us a presentation about the case that we mentioned before. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for inviting me. If I speak too quickly, please stop me. Please let me know your questions after I finish. We don't have much time. I have to say that Andrea has not been recognized in Spain about his non-binary identity. He had already been recognized in Germany, and the ministry has not allowed this to be recognized when he tried to register his non-binary identity here. And he has been fighting for the rights for many years, and he starts working with this lawyer who was very and I had a great experience in this field, and I encouraged him to start these proceedings with the Ministry of the Interior and the courts. This has been a very harsh fight. It has taken us 5 years from the first time that we submitted our appeal until the ruling was given in 2023, in February 2023, just before the new transgender people law was passed. I will be doing this presentation in English for those of you who do not speak Spanish, just in case you don't speak Spanish. So, Rodota says this, that citizenship who is fighting for their rights is actually adding value to the rest of the society. It doesn't matter who we are or how many of us there are. It's the important thing is the right, the fundamental right that is being violated. In the case of Andrea, as I said before, this was a person who had the non-binary identity recognized in Germany, where he comes from. When he goes to the citizen registry for foreigners, resident citizens in Seville, he comes as a foreigner with his own, he has this looks of a non-binary person, and the people, the police agents who were there, immediately sort of understands Andrea in a very in a way based on his looks, and the police agent that deals with them tells them that to bring their papers to the registry, and that's where Andrea realizes that there is no option of including the sex X instead of female or male. This is where their fight started. This is Andrea is a very funny person. I regret that he couldn't be here today, but they write a third case in the form to mark the X, and Andrea says that they had received this recognition of their identity earlier in Germany, so it was not a fight for themselves, but actually it was for a fight for the rights of people. They wanted to give visibility to this issue and open the way for others who can profit from the accomplishment that they made. And they got their identity recognized by the rest of the Spanish administrations in the Social Security Tax Office, etc., because from a practical viewpoint, the whole of the administration, public administration, needs to treat Andrea as a non-binary citizen. We had some doubts about the repercussions that this could have, and this case was not in the media. We were waiting for the ruling to be firm, and we didn't know what effects this would have. For now, that we know that the information system is being opened, actually the the judicial secretary told us that the registry that deals with all the territorial policies were changing the information system so that Andrea would have their non-binary identity registered. So, and also so that any other non-binary person residing in Spain could actually claim their non-binary identity to be recognized. It was Andrea said that they were asking them to provide a justification or asking them to define their gender, and all my students understood very well this reality when I brought this case to my classroom. They understood very clearly what the case was about, because fortunately the young people are much more open than the governments or the administrations are. When on the regional courts, in the local courts, this was dismissed, this was brought to the regional courts, and the judge in her ruling says that she sort of regretfully says that despite the fact that there is a European norm ruling this for non-binary people to have their identity recognized, this could actually not be translated into the Spanish context. And in the defense that we carried out, we used all the articles, all the fundamentals of law. We used them especially regarding the free movement of people within Europe. You are the same person no matter where you are within Europe. It was not difficult for a legal person to understand this, but it was more difficult for the administrations to bring it to the reality, to the real world. In the appeal that we made, we read in the ruling that in the form that Andrea was given, they needn't specify their gender because the ID card of the European Union residents does not include the gender of the person. We are all non-sexual human beings, but if there is the recognition of a gender, it should be following the Spanish law, because we are dealing with a case in Spain. Obviously, Andrea was not asking for any particular recognition. This was something that they carried with themselves. And the ruling from the Andalusian Regional Court was quite surprising, because in the ruling they deal with very simple to understand topics. It's for the administration, it's good that the data that are reflected about a person are the real data. I have to clarify that when it comes to the this type of litigations, we need to recognize that this applies to all administrations. In every administration where Andrea needed to register, they appeared with contradictory genders. Somewhere they appeared as a man, somewhere they appeared as a woman, and this contradiction is actually an offense by the Spanish legislation within this debate, and this was very important to know in this case. That it was a previous acknowledgement of the ombudsman in Andalusia. The law 2-2014, by virtue of this law, there was a possibility for this recognition of non-binary person. So within the health system, the Andalusian health system, they recognize their non-binary identity. So that existed specifically from these services, the recognition of their non-binary status. This was used as part of the arguments that we produced. It's also important to note that within our defense, we declared that this was necessary. We see that the sexual identity goes beyond the biological sexual identity, and it gives some scientific background to this. What would not be reasonable, according to them, is that we would allow the system to go crazy because we would have data that do not correspond to the reality in the administration. I insist in this point because when we deal with fundamental rights, we talk sometimes about the public order of things cannot be changed or they need to remain as they are, whereas in our field we find that this happens all the time. And also the different administrations should not it shouldn't be too difficult for them to adapt to this. And now we're dealing with the information system, and I will give you updates as we move forward. I will not go into the legal fundamentals. If you have any interest in this, I can easily provide you with this information afterwards. But as Alexander said before, Europe is becoming more and more open. And I like this idea of the matryoshkas, where you see different layers and increasing and enlarging the rights that we have acquired as part of the citizenship. And we need to make it harder for them to take away these rights for us. And where the acknowledgement of or the recognition of a certain status is provided, I can go there, ask for it, and then move everywhere, and for this recognition to be ensured everywhere within the European Union. We hope that with time we will be able to build this background at a European level that has no contradictions, that enable the LGBTQ plus community to have more rights and improved rights.
Muchas gracias, Olga.
Thank you very much, Olga. We will now give the floor to Saul Castro, who is a lawyer specialized in LGBT rights and human rights. First of all, thank you to everyone. I have been defending that strategic litigation has to be talked about in Spain in associations. Many associations are focused on prevention, and this is something that should be in the hands of the state. And we're not using this legal framework that can help us to make effective our rights. We're talking about a case that has had a happy ending, but I'm going to bring or talk about cases as lawyer that are right now in litigation, and I'm hopeful in my skills as a lawyer and in the possibilities and the strength of my arguments that we are talking about new elements with regard to guaranteeing the rights of LGBT in Spain. I'm also the president of the Association Against Conversion Therapy here in Spain, so we have many cases in this framework. Strategic litigation. What is it? It is about presenting a case that is key, that is flagship, so that not only you can win, in many cases you even know that you're going to lose, or you think, but you want to present it to be able to show that there's a loophole, that there's something to be improved, and to make political parties take action and to include a certain element within a law. I'm going to try to divide the cases into several sections. With regard to the criminal law, I have two interesting cases. Spain, the first one is the first case in Europe that therapist in conversion therapies has been under investigation. Conversion therapies are prohibited in the administrative proceedings, but this means that the competitive authority is council that belongs to the ministry that is the one that would have to lead the case. This is discretionary. They're not obliged to do so. What do we do in Madrid? There was certain administrative sanctions established since 2016. We've filed 14 complaints. They've all been filed. We have been waiting for 3 years. This is when the infractions prescribe. We have an identity code that was offering via internet the possibilities of diagnosis of homosexuality. I read this and I said it's not a crime in itself to heal, so to speak, with quotes, your homosexuality. Well, I think that only, fake publicity, advertising, these services that you're offering are impossible. They're giving an impossible results, and also they entice hate. And this is something that was occurring with this advertising. The prosecutor understood our arguments. The prosecutor's officers led the action in the court, and we have been presenting ourselves as popular accusation. We will see the statements of the person that is being investigated in September, and we've used, as I said, certain crimes that are related to the second case. My multiple personalities, because I have many, juggling many things, criminal law, assume man who got in touch with other men on the internet to allegedly murder them. This in Bilbao in 2021. The goal of the litigation on behalf of an association, one of the few ones that is using social litigation, is the presentation of selecting victims in specific surroundings should also be a kind of indirect discrimination. It makes this discrimination even worse. Homicide, tentative of homicide, that is made worse by this discriminatory factor. This is related to the motivation by the author against homosexuals. It would be a direct discrimination, but also can be interpreted as indirect discrimination. If you're selecting your victims in certain areas where specifically they're only homosexual or bisexual men, using the representation that you have, you're going to organize a sexual gathering in a private sphere. It's going to be more difficult for the victims to escape, to survive. This is an added discrimination, indirectly. So he was clearly selecting victims due to their, or based on their sexual orientation. On the civil law, I don't know if you've heard about the TERF movement. TERF, it is attacking social media, Rachel's case. I was contacted by a non-binary person who had been subject to the pronouns. She used her. She'd been subject to discriminatory attacks. Different TERF profiles had used her pictures to see or to ask people if they saw or not a man. This was the first complaint on the civil law as infringement of equality of treatment, and if we manage to make this complaint go forward, we will be able to denounce this harassment that takes place on social media, and that is a direct attack to the dignity, to non-binary trans and trans women. And we're also mentioning deliberate marginalization and non-respect of the expression of gender or sexual identity. There's not a lot of case law on this matter, but to say that even somebody says that you are homosexual, even if you're not homosexual, because it is as valid as being heterosexual, but if you express that you are heterosexual, it is affecting the integrity of your action. So we're trying to follow the same line of thought, to treat you publicly as a man if you are a non-binary person due to your ID or the gender that you acquired when you were born. We think that we can also follow an attack on the right to honor. 3 months ago, and fully inspired by Olga's work, we presented the first request of the acknowledgement of the third gender in Spain. This is the first of many cases, together with the non-binary association in Spain, to be able to have an acknowledgement of the third gender in the civil registry. We know that we will have to go to court, and this is just the first steps. We've justified this as the right to dignity, the right to identity. Non-binary are the only ones, people who don't have acknowledgement of their identity, and this would lead also to the rectification, modification of data in the hands of the public administration. These are some of the cases. I don't know if you've seen the withdrawal of the banner by the far-right political party, certain cases that could take months, but in Spain I try to have associations moving forward in certain cases that would help us defend our rights, especially now that probably we're going to have a legislative situation that will make us go backwards, and just for the fact of defending our rights as human beings. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Saúl. Y a continuación...
Thank you, Saul. We have now Diana Adams. They have come from the United States, and where they're fighting hard because there are very worrisome things that are taking place at the moment. They are an expert in the LGBTQ plus issues field, and we have invited them to discuss about what's going on in the United States and when compared to the European Union. So the floor is yours, Diana.
Of this wonderful event, and thank you to all of you who are here keeping activism and political change as a central part of Pride, which it needs to be. I'm here on behalf of the U.S. As an American lawyer, as Manuel mentioned, but also I did live in Germany and coordinated issues of Americans living in Europe, and I'm very interested in comparative policy because I see us as a worldwide movement. Fascism and hate don't respect national boundaries and are a worldwide problem, and we need to be united in a movement. So I'm so glad to be doing that here today. In the U.S., we've declared a state of emergency on LGBTQ rights. There have been 525 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in 2023 already in 41 of our 50 states, up from only 115 in 2015 under Trump. So it's exponentially worse. 220 of these bills specifically target transgender people. I am personally a non-binary transgender person as well. 76 of these bills are signed into law. Many of these laws are targeting gender-affirming medical care, and they could criminalize the doctors who perform these procedures and often also threaten the parents of transgender teenagers who are seeking medical care. So one of the ways we're fighting back is with strategic litigation. We're fighting back with federal lawsuits that these anti-transgender bans on gender-affirming medical care for minors violate or likely violate the US Constitution, both the equal protection for people who are LGBTQ provisions, as well as fundamental rights to due process. And specifically, the provision of medical care for teenagers and a parent's right to provide the medical care for their teenagers is considered a due process right to raise their own children and to decide their medical care. So just yesterday, Kentucky had tried to ban medical providers from prescribing or administering puberty blockers or testosterone to teenagers, and that was blocked by a federal judge as unconstitutional just yesterday. So far, every single federal judge we've brought this in front of has declared this unconstitutional or likely unconstitutional and blocked this. This has already happened just in June for Pride Month. Indiana, Florida, Arkansas have all had their bans blocked by judges. This already happened in Alabama in the spring. It's about to happen in Oklahoma. So we're using the federal court system. Fortunately, many of these federal judges were appointed by Obama, and they are progressive. But one of the things that conservatives like about Donald Trump is that he did appoint a number of conservative judges. So we're concerned about a fight between federal courts that could come up to the Supreme Court. Another comparison, which is also related to the Hungary case, which involved some level of book banning of books related to those under 18 reading books that depict non-traditional gender roles. This has also been very similar to nearly identical bans happened in Virginia, Florida, and Texas. And now we're in the process of engaging in a federal lawsuit against a Florida school district for violation of the First Amendment right of free expression by banning these books, as well as 14th Amendment equal protection, because the authors are predominantly LGBTQ or non-white and writing about the experience of being a person of color. So we're going to be fighting back with strategic litigation with that as well. I'll also say I've been pleased with President Biden's administration's handling of this. I met with Biden's Health and Human Services at the Capitol in September, and one of the things that they described doing is writing into every single piece of federal law that they pass quietly, without not doing a press conference about it, not making an announcement about it, but writing in that providing any federal funds to a state means, and detailing exactly all the ways that they need to be providing reproductive care to women, they need to be providing affirming care to LGBTQ people, and they will be losing their federal funding. There is also a dynamic in the United States in which a number of conservative states are getting federal benefits and are not necessarily contributing much. And so there really is an element of financial dependency. States like Alabama, as they try to create these bans, desperately need federal funds. That goes in the other direction when, under Donald Trump tried to make a directive to the state of New York related to gun control laws in the state of California about environmental protections, and they said no. California is the 5th largest economy in the world, so no. And that was it, because we need California, we need New York. But we're having a real difficulty right now with this tension between states, because one of the ways that we're fighting back, as well as with strategic litigation, is with laws in progressive states. They've already passed, and a number of them have been involved with New York states, that are sanctuary laws tend to be both for people seeking abortions, often including teenagers, medical providers for abortions, tied together with medical providers for transgender people, and trans people and families who are seeking trans health care for their teenagers and children. And in some of these places where that may be criminalized to either provide medical care or to provide your child with trans health care, we have provided these state sanctuary laws that say we will not extradite you back to Alabama or Texas or Florida if you come here and you're an abortion provider, or you're a provider of medical services to trans people, or you've been threatened to have your kids taken away in Florida for providing for your trans child. We will not extradite you back, and you'll be safe here. So it's a sanctuary law. And I'm involved in New York City with welcoming trans kids and their families, because they're coming in droves to places like Portland, San Francisco, and New York. But think about how expensive it would be to pick up and move to one of those places. So this is also an issue of class, this is an issue of race, and the people who have the privilege to flee. And at the same time, this raises a real tension around our full faith and credit of state laws. Because essentially what we're saying with these state sanctuary laws is we will not respect the law of that state that says you've committed a crime in that state and we'll send you back. This is a problem because we're at risk of losing same-sex marriage, given that the Dobbs case, just passed just a year ago, overruled abortion after abortion being overruled Roe v. Wade, with abortion being legal in the United States for 49 years, the law of the land that accepted precedent and then overruled that. That was based on the right to privacy arguments under due process in our Constitution. And that's related to, that's the basis, that same argument is the basis for Griswold versus Connecticut, the right to contraceptive freedom and privacy. That's the same basis for Obergefell v. Hodges, which is our same-sex marriage case. And really alarmingly, that's the same basis as the Lawrence versus Texas case from just 20 years ago in 2003, in which an ex-boyfriend called the police and 2 men were arrested in one of their own homes for having gay sex in the state of Texas. And there's a thought that that could be overturned. Those 3 cases were specifically mentioned when they overruled Roe. We need to reevaluate those. And so that's chilling. And one of the things I think is essential is that we need to all be in solidarity and realize that the bodily autonomy and medical privacy of any of us is related to all of us. That impacts every single one of us. And so we need everybody, we need every privileged white gay man in the world to be standing up for trans people right now. We need every privileged white women who are a major voting bloc in the United States to be standing up right now for transgender people, because do not think they won't come for you. The Republican women are going to be very surprised when they realize, you know, if your husbands don't respect trans people and they don't respect bodily autonomy for abortion for somebody in another state, perhaps your own rights are at risk. We all need to take this very desperately seriously. So I'm concerned because if we do lose Obergefell versus Hodges, if that's overturned as well based on that right to privacy argument, that would mean that states would have the choice to decide if they want to have legal same-sex marriages. 20 states have already indicated that they would ban same-sex marriages going forward in their states. And last year, President Biden signed the Respect for Marriage Act, and everybody was so excited for Pride, we're protecting marriage. I wasn't so thrilled because it's very limited, and what it says is that the federal government has to respect same-sex marriages done in a particular state like New York, and that other states need to respect it as well. Do we think that Alabama and Texas and Florida are going to respect our same-sex marriages when we've just passed laws that we won't respect their laws? So we're really coming up against a major conflict of how we hang together as a union that really threatens the basic core of the United States of America. And that's a real crisis. The next presidential election is going to impact all of us around the world related to that. And I want to wrap up now to leave time for questions, but I'm grateful to be part of this worldwide conversation. I am confident that some of the best minds and biggest hearts are on our side.
Yeah.
Gracias, Diana. Y ahora...
Thank you, Diana. I'm going to ask you a question, the same for everyone, so you can give me your answers. In the section, you have about 3 minutes to say which keys do you propose with regard to the success of strategic litigation, each one of you, if possible.
My experience, it's very difficult, strategic litigation, given the context where you live. Sometimes you can work almost alone on it as a lawyer. Very often it's good to be in a network to see what's happening and ponder everything. Sometimes you might have the privilege of picking the judge that you want to bring the very first case ever to, which is usually not the case, but sometimes you know how the system works. Like, let's bring that case there because it's very likely to go that judge, and it's a progressive judge. And it's easier in the US than in other, because they have a system of appointments, so somehow you know, but you know anyway. Sometimes it's you start thinking strategically and everything changes completely unexpectedly. For instance, I wanted to bring the case for recognizing the intended mother. So you give consent to donor insemination, but in Germany and Italy you are not on the birth certificate because you're not the delivering mother, gestational mother. So I thought, well, let's try to breach the system by bringing a case of a US woman married to an Italian woman, delivering the US woman the child in Italy, and asking to put the Italian woman on the birth certificate under US law. So the child is born from a US woman, therefore the child is a UN citizen, and US law in this specific case says that the spouse, even if it's a woman, will be on the birth certificate because the presumption under the and the marriage should apply equally, you know, even that was the Pavan against Smith case, for instance. And then I said, okay, we move forward with this, and then we bring an entirely Italian couple, you know, to extend it. What happened, it took 3-4 years to get the first case decided, and the second one rushed up to the Supreme Court. So currently, we say you have plenty of no's, rejection for the Supreme Court, and the first ever case that I wanted to bring is now pending. So sometimes you try to, you know, your schemes, and everything changes suddenly because you clearly do not control the system. So yeah, you have to weigh in all kind of variables where everything can happen and everything can be twisted, and you have to come up with other solutions. But and I'd like to close on one remark, which is I think it's also important to realize that strategic litigation is certainly important, because you can rely on judges, and as an average, a judge is more progressive than the average citizen. He knows, the suffering of children, the difficulties in life. We're not psychologists, but we're lawyers, and we should know why we have a law. And the law is always there to support vulnerable people, minorities, because if you're strong enough, you're the majority, you don't certainly need a law to exercise your power, your monopoly on power. So the law is there for victims, for vulnerable people. But at the same time, you have to be confident we cannot just rely on strategic litigation, despite being very successful with that. Because at a certain point, citizens say, okay, but why is this judge taking these decisions against Parliament, overturning the outcome of elections somehow if you associate the majority in Parliament? And if this gap of trust increases, then, judges, because judges do not have the force to have the means to enforce their decisions. They write it black on white, but they don't have, any other means to get what they decide become real. So we also need really to, at the same time, work on fighting prejudice, stereotypes, getting people more and more allied, because we cannot rely entirely on judges. And sometimes, in one system, it's about to collapse, say, oh, let's rush to the judges. But it's just one strategy, and it needs to be cultivated along with many other strategies, because eventually judges, they're authoritative. They are part of a system, but you cannot just not walk on one element. You have to somehow fix the entire picture. So we should also keep this in mind as lawyers. The law is a powerful means, but it's not everything, and it's not sufficient as the only strategy to progress in the protection of fundamental rights.
Bien. A ver.
My answer would be from 2 points of view. As a lawyer in practice, as a law professional in court, and then on the other hand, the approach of the victim. I also coordinate the Bar Association in Sevilla for hate crimes, and I have experience in cases of victims who have seen their fundamental rights violated, who have been subject to discrimination in different fields, not only as part of the LGBT community. Victims have to be taken into account. In transgender Europe, we've seen different cases explained by lawyers, and sharing experiences is key. I'm going to summarize because we don't have much time. What for me is important in professional terms as lawyer and from the point of view of the victim, privacy is essential. Privacy of the proceedings, so that we can talk about law and we can talk about policies. I'm trying to introduce regulations. Once that I'm trying to get the ruling in the court, this might be able to modify the social and legal reality of the country compared to a law that is badly applied in a country, because there are different modifications of the law, changes, taking into account that we can really change the society. In Italy, well, you say, no, not so many laws that are then converted into regulations that are instruments in the hand of politicians. So specific rulings that change the legal system, especially with regard to Supreme Court rulings. For me, shared experiences are key. To use experiences from other people in the European Union fighting for specific rights within the European Union, because this experience is key, especially with regard to the freedom, the right to freely travel, this acquis within the Court of Justice of the European Union and the Court of Human Rights that enriches us. We have to use that knowledge to try to implement that doctrine within our courts. In Spain, we don't use the European legislation as much as we should, and we have this European acquis that we can use, and this shared experience among lawyers, especially with regard to specific rights, to share experiences, to enrich others and to implement in our country what has maybe occurred in another member state, I think is clear. As for important topics to me, of course, I remember when we implemented the gender-based violence victim protection system in our country, how to build protocols to help victims. And this is a parallel situation with regard to LGBT members. We need legal assistance. We need legal aid that can really cover that litigation that will be submitted. It can be within the administrative sphere, the civil law, or the criminal law. Apart from this, through this aid, this legal aid, through associations that, well, have limited resources, but maybe to consider maybe negative results that can be discouraging, and maybe others don't continue with these proceedings, but experts in supporting victims also talk about psychological legal assistance and the experts and the raising awareness among all legal stakeholders who intervene in the procedure: prosecutors, lawyers, judges, any person who can be talking to or addressing a victim. A victim has to be properly welcomed with psychological support, and for this we need education, we need sharing, we need events, conferences, to be able to share our knowledge publicly, and so that we learn from each other, because we all have a lot to learn from others, taking into account the experience of a different lawyer who's had a positive or negative result, or has launched a case in a specific area, and this meant setting the grounds that then limited the rights of a certain person. We have to be responsible when it comes to opening a case, especially in the case of fundamental rights, because in some cases, if it is a negative result, it can be translated into backlash, a setback in terms of citizens' rights, especially when we don't have interpretation of the law. If we don't have case law in certain litigations, you don't know if the result is going to be satisfactory or not. And it is risky, and we have to be professional and responsible with regard to our work. Privacy with regard to the victim, prudence, caution in litigations, and conferences, events such as this one, so that we can share what we are experiencing, what we know, and to share this, of course, with protagonists, with victims who see their rights violated, and how to support them within current legislation in Spain or in the European Union. And I could continue talking for much longer, but I'll finish here.
I fully agree with what the speakers have said, but I would like to say that there are a couple of things that Olga has mentioned that I look at from the opposite perspective. I've written down 7 keys. The first one would be As Alexander said, the selection of the cases. Sometimes you don't have the means to select the case. You don't. The person who has been victimized or the person who has been refused to ride is a single person, and then you have to handle all the types of violences that this person has endured, etc. But let's imagine that we are in the best possible scenario, that we can, when we can choose the case, it's a sort of a flagship case that you can actually reach the higher court, and that will not present any types of issues that could endanger the good result of the case. But together with that, you need to be able to handle the expectations properly from the side of the victims. If what you're dealing with is a type of violence, it's very important to talk with the person that you're going to be representing in court and explaining to them what are the difficulties when it comes to moving forward this type of cases. For instance, when we are trying to recognize the third gender from the registry viewpoint. I've discussed this with the people that we are representing at the moment, and it took us a while because we understood that we were waiting to see what the law, the transgender people law would include. And to get to the point where we are right now, we have gone through a lot of education, so to speak, because we needed to make the people understand that they were going to face courts, that they would not deal with them with the right pronouns. And this is a type of violence, for instance, that they will see when we are going through their cases, and it's important for them to handle their expectations that they have. And in this case, as Olga said, we need to respect the person that you're representing's privacy. There are many things that are being done, but that are not known. And the pressure that could come from the civil society, from the different political parties, or to the different public institutions could be the key, not to influence the judge, but to promote a change. Maybe we could promote public policies or legislation, and some cases are better kept hidden. In the case of Andrea, there was no need maybe for any type of pressure, but I'm thinking about other types of cases. The colleague was talking about the parental vetoes that we see in the United States, and I'm thinking, well, this happened also in Spain, and we're going to have to take this to the courts also now because of the actions of the extreme right. I will try to avoid repeating what others have said, but I would also say that it's key to have training. There's no specific training on strategic litigation, on the rights of the LGBTQIA plus community. It's important that these type of sessions, training sessions, are organized from the administration. When you talk about the LGBTQIA plus community, you always talk about psychologists, educators, and other experts, but you never bring lawyers. And I think this is important. And also, we need to learn a lot from the Christian lawyers, for instance, or from because they are profiting from the system. They pervert the system, but they're actually managing to capture a lot of funds. They collect a lot of money with a message that is not shared by 80% of the population. So we really need to seduce, so to speak, with our messages and with the work with the population, so that we receive the funding, because our funds are much more limited. Our resources are much more limited. And I believe that the same way that the anti-rights movements waited quietly for many years, and then all of a sudden they started attacking from different angles, I think we need to do the same, and we need to use their strategies, but in our case, to move forward our rights.
Thank you. I'll be brief because we're already over time. I think there are some lessons about strategic litigation from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who before she was a Supreme Court justice was a brilliant lawyer who really achieved major victories for equal protection for women and equal status legally for women in the United States. And the way that she did it creatively was that the first cases that she took were all about the rights of men and reframed things and basically had it outlawed to treat people differently based on sex by looking at a law, for example. The first one was about a beer company saying men have to be older to buy beer than women because they're more likely to have, raucous behavior and fights and things like that. And so she won this case that was compelling in that time, that why shouldn't a young man be able to buy a beer? And that had broad-based appeal. And she did a number of those and had it really well established federally that you needed to have equal protection and equal treatment under law, and then said, so that means you all need to start hiring women as professors, and really, but she thought about it creatively in a way that helped both the judges to open their minds to a topic, but you need to always remember that there's the shadow of public opinion in any of these cases, because often judges in the United States are referencing that they want to make decisions when it feels like the public is ready for it. And so being able to mention a fundamental right and give it a broad-based appeal, why this impacts you and why this impacts all of us, and it's a right that we can relate to, is very similar to, as I was just speaking about the rights of transgender people, mentioning why women and why cis gay men need to be aware, why we all need to be aware, why this is relevant to you. But I think using that kind of strategy is very effective as well in the strategic litigation to give it a broad-based appeal that this isn't just about this one minority group of people, but a larger group. And I also want to mention that sometimes there's a tremendous amount of grief and difficult decision-making when you don't choose somebody as the ideal strategic litigation person. I've had to say, you have serious mental health challenges, or you had a drug addiction issue, or anything else, that you have a prison record. That doesn't mean that you didn't face terrible discrimination, but oftentimes there are many people we have to pass over, and that's painful, and then sometimes within our own legal community we have to be having a dialogue about that and making sure that we're being just and not playing out some of the stereotypes about who's worthy that exist in the rest of society.
Bueno, creo que antes de dar el turno a la...
Before we open the floor to the questions, I think we still have some time to ask you a question to each of you. How do you think that in your countries, in your regions, the changes and the attacks against the LGBTQIA plus community, how do you think you're living these types of changes and the increase in the number of attacks, and what do you think about the coordination of the different professionals in the rights of this community beyond the borders?
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Very proud of working there. I should restrain myself.
No te contenga.
No,
Please don't refrain yourself.
Phrasing of a few thoughts. First of all, Europe currently, it's like a safety net for many member states, and certainly this is the case not just for Hungarians but also for Italians. But things can change. How do it impact? Well, it impacts very, very much. Italy is bringing now the first cases for recognition of non-binary identities, and more than theoretic arguments or arguments how the Italian law should, or the constitution should be read, or the Italian law should be adapted. It was important to bring the constitutional court decision in Austria, in Germany, in Belgium, but also from Colombia, wherever you could find very good arguments already codified in a decision, and you bring it to the court. So that's very important. I did not have the Spanish decision, but bring this in, especially if you're really blazing the trail for something that is unseen, something really new. You have to start from somewhere, and usually you look outside of the borders to find that. So working together is very important. There are many networks. On the other side, it's also important to not create too many networks or too much fundraising, because it's really about having a coordinated effort, sufficient financial means to do something. And let me provide you an example of what happened about 10 years ago. we've mentioned Citizens Go, etc. You know, we all know about Steve Bannon crossing the ocean, etc. Because this was a time where Strasbourg Court was really, really, you know, on top of everything. Unfortunately, I can't say the same thing today. Judges in Strasbourg are appointed by member states. Politics in many member states have shifted. So it takes a while because a judge has a mandate of 9 years in Strasbourg. So if you want to change that national appointed judge, and you basically, well, you don't appoint the judges, but you give 3 candidates, and then it's the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe that chooses. But you provided 3 names, so basically you decide within a certain amount of room who's going to represent your member state in the Council of Europe. So it was very progressive, and we found, and in America they realized that actually the United States Supreme Court on some groundbreaking decisions would quote the case law by the Strasbourg Court. So U.S. conservative groups said, oh my God, there is an influence of what's happening in Europe here over in the U.S. And since Europe's so progressive, we're suffering, you know, here because they're quoting about the juvenile death penalty was a case, but other thinking Lawrence against Texas, they mentioned the case law of the 80s, 90s. And so what happened is that conservative groups started to influence the case law in Strasbourg, or the Juris and the European Center for Law and Justice. So they started to finance groups here to somehow, you know, avoid some groundbreaking decisions in Strasbourg. So it's just not Europe, it's really the US looking at that happened. And since lawyers are so cheap in Europe, it was easy for them to set aside a few million euros and set up a huge organization, because if you see, you know, how strong LGBTI organizations are in many member states, you know, you don't see big sum of monies going to, you know, in support of those organizations. So there is a strong influence. It's really needed, especially today, to look outside of the borders, but also to be in touch and try to think how something could influence. Because it is true what he said, it's important to see also how they work, because strategic litigation was really started by those that wanted to protect fundamental rights, but all of a sudden they realized they can use those same tools in the other way. So all of a sudden we have a problem in Europe about Christianophobia. So they're using, you know, the same instrument to say, oh, Christians are discriminated against in Europe, and there's a problem about intolerance against Christians, etc. So using the same tools. So really, it's not as easy as it was maybe 15, 20 years ago. It's much tougher today, not because of the political climate, but also about the other using the very same tools. But we can learn from them, I do agree. For instance, I think it's the same strategy in Spain as well, where they say to people, you have to be aware as a parent of what's going on in school, so, you know, push to be appointed on the school board, etc. So they use much more than we did that avenue in Italy to have conservative parents push within the school institutions, the school board, you know, against gender education, sex education, etc., etc. That's a strategy we didn't see, we didn't exploit, and then we had to react and somehow, you know, counter those measures within school institutions, at least in Italy. But I think, you know, that was a very good strategy they used. So we have something to learn on that point, and I hope I have answered the question, or okay, move on.
Bien, bueno, en general, el mundo.
In general, we live in a global world, so we have impacts in different countries, especially with regard to populist movements who are trying to place obstacles to fundamental rights. We've also found breaches, fractures, divisions within the feminist movement, for instance. We thought that we were sharing the same fight for equality, and it seems that the populist conservative system is blowing up this common system of rights with regard to building and labeling gender. In Europe, with the extension to new countries, we are seeing that there's an impact on the constitution, and there's a backlash in litigations. and certain rights that we'd already acquired. I think I would like to insist in caution, not only with regard to achieving a right, but also more with regard to legal active policies that can be turned into a matter of state, especially when we have majorities ruling, and this can stop this progress. And sometimes the pressure within the media can contaminate these resolutions. I remember an article that I wrote in 2015 with regard to the acknowledgement of the neutral gender in France. It was a complaint against the state for the acknowledgement of a non-binary identity. In second instance, I think in Nyon, in Toulouse, in this court, we won. But once this was made public, before this ruling being made final, they went to the Supreme, or the equivalent to the Supreme Court. Then we had the European Court of Human Rights that has impeded that these persons can defend. This is a matter that has been considered international law. And I'm going back to the principle of caution, and I'm really in favor of raising awareness, prevention, and sharing experiences. But when it comes to deciding to opening actions that can open or close doors, we have to fully understand the risks, positive and the negative, to be able to improve and move forward. That's what it's all about. Europe and the US, and taking into account the rise of populism in governments, certain rights that we considered already confirmed. Who would have told us what's happened with the right to abortion in the US, for instance? And it's difficult to digest and to understand. And I don't want to extend myself, but I do want to share my concern and the need for building a more equal world, sharing experiences within our different specializations. Activism has to be prepared, has to be trained in law with professionals that defend the rights of victims. But we need to defend and develop a victimology system. A victim can be different to a different kind of victim, and we have to protect them and not cause that secondary victimization. We talk about this in the case of gender-based violence, but this can happen in other spheres, and if it's sexual violence involved within the community, you end up thinking, well, why am I here? Well, why do we have these stakeholders or these organizations with this power that are tearing down what we've hardly fought for? I'm going to be brief. I think it is interesting to be able to open up the floor, and here are the questions. I am fully convinced that the joint collaboration between law professionals from different specializations is essential. US, Europe, and I also talk about collaboration with Latin America, for instance. Latin America is one of the regions in terms of human rights that is witnessing progressive rulings, non-discrimination principle as an obligation, identity acknowledgement, and specifically the American Court of Human Rights as being a pioneer in the acknowledgement of rights from many minorities. And for me it is essential, and I try to do this with all colleagues, when I see a case that I want to defend I ask around, do you know anyone who's had a similar case, arguments, to be able to have as much information as possible? Then things can happen, different factors can influence, but to share this, and I think this is something that affects us. And in many cases, somebody tells me about a specific case, and I take it as my own, and I think about it, and I reflect on it, and we're all passionate, and we love doing what we do. And within these networks, it is essential. Not only do we learn, but it is also really stimulating to learn from each other and help each other.
I'm deeply passionate about creating worldwide connections in this movement, and coming from the United States, there's a really robust network of lawyers in most of the states, some are unrepresented still, where we can collaborate and we work together on national legislation, but also the issues of queer parents and families, where still today the definition of what makes a same-sex parent valid, whether a sperm donor is valid, whether surrogacy is legal for gestational carriers, these differ across state lines within the US and around the EU, and it causes a mess for parents, same-sex couples in particular, that want to travel and live in a different country. So that collaboration is essential. When I moved to Germany, I didn't find that there was as robust a community, so I created that in Europe, and that's the Euro LGBTQ Family Law Institute, and that's how I reached out to Alexander and Manuel. And now we have a group that really is coordinated, and there's a world community. South America is very well coordinated, and we're moving into Asia, and we want to have this world network. I am one of the 2 programs in New York State that accepts LGBTQ asylees from one of the 70 countries where it's criminalized still to be LGBTQ. So we accept asylees and get them green cards. So I'm deeply involved in those kinds of international connections, because taking a broad view, as we said, we need to be aware of just how much these forces are influencing internationally. And I think that broad perspective helps us be prepared. I noticed this when I was living in Germany and doing American politics work in both places. I would speak in media in the United States and say, at the beginning, even before Donald Trump was elected, this is attempted fascism. He's lying in public and seeing how much he can get away with. And they would say, could you re-record that and not say fascism, because that's a bit too intense? And then I would say the same thing in Germany on public radio, and everybody would say, yeah, obviously, because there was much more experience. People had more of an international perspective. People have been fleeing to Germany for a long time and fleeing out of Germany for a long time, so people understood, right? And I think we need to have that kind of awareness of history and world current events, and then we can support one another. Because when Steve Bannon decamped to Eastern Europe, and when forces in the United States have gone elsewhere with anti-LGBTQ work, it turns out sometimes they're literally just translating pamphlets they had in the 90s from English into Hungarian, right? So that means we can go and help and say, here's what they're probably going to do next, and here's what we did, and here's what worked, and here's what didn't work. And we need to have that kind of international perspective, and I feel deeply united with all LGBTQ people worldwide in solidarity, and I'm grateful for these kinds of collaborations, because we need that to be able to brainstorm when we're in the kinds of crisis moments that we're in.
Gracias, Diana.
Thank you very much, Diana. I think we don't have time for the Q&A with the public, with the audience. You have come from far places, and your contributions were very important. Some of you, it was the first time sharing within this space. We don't have enough panels. Hopefully we will have more spaces for collaboration between the experts in LGBT rights. We have to create them, we have to disseminate them. It is important that we are all aware that we should use strategic litigation, that it is not unanimously shared within the community. We need to have shifts within this legal sphere, taking into account the role of victims, so they're not double victims, and also taking into account the importance of psychological support. A few conclusions. Caution is essential. I think we all agree, because sometimes certain negative results can have an impact on many people. We have to manage expectations with those whom we are defending also their and respecting their privacy, and using education, information, taking into account that in many bar associations and law faculties we don't have specializations, but we can also learn from our enemies. My worst enemy is my best teacher or master, and I do this. I follow them, I follow their strategies, and then I turn them around. And many of us do this, and we can learn a lot from our enemy. We have to highlight that in the global world, human rights don't have borders, don't have barriers. We don't have barriers between the US, Latin America, Europe. We are a reflection of each other, of what is happening, and this is essential to bear in mind, especially with regard to human rights experts, LGBT rights experts, that we have to exchange tools to be able to move forward towards common objectives. I'm trying to summarize your interventions. I've taken notes from each participant and speaker, but sadly we don't have time to open the floor for the audience. I would therefore like to thank all of you who are here. Diana, who came from New York, Saul Alexander from Italy, and Olga from Sevilla. So thank you to the four of you for being here during Madrid Pride and for being here. Thanks.
Ahora mismo hay una muy pequeña pausa para...
We have a very short break for coffee, and in 10 minutes we start the next panel. 6 activists from all over the world. Really interesting. So see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
¿Sí?
Si el cuarto quiere hablar, habría que desactivar uno. Pero bueno, normalmente
vale.
Es una mesa.
Sí, sí, en principio vamos de uno en uno. Aló. Sí, sí. Perfecto. Cama, 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 cama. Oh, those two small beers really worked. En un lío. Nada, en principio no haya dicho nada, salvo que alguno llegue ahora improvisadamente y diga que sí. ¿Ahí? ¿Se entiende? ¿Vale? Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to be starting this last panel today. The panel that we're going to have now is entitled Activists in Difficult Situations or Challenging Situations. So we're going to have the presence and the testimonies of activists who are going through very challenging situations at a personal level, even, and a professional and territorial, so to speak, situation. We have one of our panelists that will be joining us through a video conference. So it's several of us in this panel, and we're all very eager to share our experiences. So I will try to ask our panelists to be extremely brief and to comply with the timing that we have set for ourselves. So forgive me, there was a coupling between the devices. I think now you can hear me much better. So we are starting somewhat later, and we need to finish at 6 o'clock sharp, because that's the time where our interpretation will be over. So I just want to share with you that what we have been seeing throughout the day is about the potential setback in the rights that we thought we had already conquered. And there are certain situations, however, that are putting these accomplishments at risk. I think that we have all seen the demonstrations from the statements of people who claim that they're going to revoke some legislation. And I think that we all need to put our heads together to think what we can do from the activism, from the campaigners' side, in order to solve, to the extent possible, all the challenges that we're going to be facing from now onwards. So without further ado, I will be giving the floor to our first panelist, who is going to speak in English. So please, I invite you to use your headsets.
Ah, cierro el micro, vale. Perfecto, muy bien. Vamos a dar...
We're going to give the floor then to Mario Colamarino. As you know, he was born in Torre del Greco in Naples in 1990. He has been for many years involved with the LGBTQIA activism. He has also been a member of the Circolo di Cultura Omosessuale Mario Mieli, of which he had shared from 2015 to 2017, and now currently from 2021 until now. And he's also the speaker of Rome Pride. So let's give you the floor. You have 6 minutes to share your experiences with us.
Hola a todos. My Spanish ends here, even if I'm Napolitan and that they say similar. So thank you, Madrid Summit and Madrid Pride, for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here with the IPOA family, being here together, express our identity, and the fight for our fundamental rights is what brings all us here, I think. Our organization, as Marta said, organized the Roma Pride since 1994, so next year will be 30 years. And we achieved a big event also, like in 2000, we had the first World Pride in Roma, Roma World Pride. Then we had in 2011 the Euro Pride, and we're looking forward in the future to host our other international events. So Rome Pride, it's very specific. Like we are in Italy, that it's a very conservative country somehow, but very also influenced by the Vatican, that of course it's our neighbor. So basically changed a lot years by years after the COVID. Last year we had a huge participation of people, a lot of hype about the Pride, a lot of sponsors, but it's something that started, like, I think around 10 years ago. So it's starting to be a significant event for the country and for the city, especially now that we have this government, far right governed by Meloni, the brothers of Italy, that's very close to Hungary, to Poland, and they are attacking every day the LGBT community, especially the rainbow family, the transgender community. So the situation is not easy at all, I would say, talking about politics and about our community. So the Pride this year was huge event that basically bring us all together as an opposition, as an alternative, cultural alternative to this right that promote without any shame their values, that they really think about this cultural model of mother, father, and kids. They are starting a new law to make the surrogacy universal a crime. That's a crazy thing. Even juridically, I think it's very complicated to applicate, but they are doing that. So the situation is very, very difficult. And also, we had an attack 2 weeks before the Pride by the local government, the region of Lazio, where Roma is. So basically, they gave us the patronage to the Pride, the support to the Pride. Then at some point, they maybe realized what a Pride is. So this this new governor is from the Brother of Italy, so the same party of Meloni, and he revoked with an email the patronage, and he said that he was manipulated by us. So he said that in the political document, we were talking about the surrogacy, ethical surrogacy, and so this was a manipulating because he don't support that. So he revocated this patronage. It started a huge polemic on the newspaper and the media about Pride, about what is Pride, and so we know what we're talking about. But the crazy thing is that at some point he asked to me and to the Roma Pride to say sorry to him because we manipulated him, and if we say sorry, he can give back the patronage. So of course we didn't say sorry, and we don't want this fake support by the region. And the thing that really shocked me, it was that this guy and also the Meloni government very close and hostage by this super conservative group called Pro Vita and Family. So they are ultra-Catholic groups, very, very strong in Italy in this moment. And in the morning, they made a statement against this patronage. In the afternoon, the governor retired the patronage. So that sounds crazy, but the timing was that. So all this situation basically bring more people to the Pride this year, because people were shocked about this institutional homophobia, was very angry with Meloni because of the rainbow family and the transgender attack, and they are very villain every day on the newspaper. It's a institutional homophobia now in Italy, and they don't have any shame to basically admit that. And a lot of people came together in the street of Rome, and many of us thought that this was a kind of opposition, cultural opposition to this government, because for the first time we also bring together all the opposition, all the parties that normally they were not participating to the Pride altogether. This time they were there with us. So I think we need to be more conscious of what we are, what we can do, how many of us are in Pride, in institution, and because we are a big community, and we need to be more conscious of that. So, going to the end, the slogan of this year was Queer Resistenza, so it was a call for resistance against this government, but also about existing, because we exist even if they attacked us, and so this is very important for us. Another thing, and I think is very important, Rome is trying to be more international also about the Pride. Madrid, of course, did this years ago, and the Pride flag is everywhere. It's a big event for the city, for the hotels, restaurants. So in Rome, we are trying to do that. And we have a goal in 2030 for this expo. It's a huge event that we are trying to collaborate also with the city hall, and we hope also this can help us for bring more visibility to our community and to our rights. Thank you. Thank you. I think I will.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your words. We will have questions afterwards. We will now give the floor to Alberto Ramos. He's from Malaga, but he lives in Stockholm since he was 15. His story, as he says, hasn't been as he expected. He will tell us now. I'm not going to anticipate anything. He's written poetry, novels. Despite his youth, at 18, he published a collection of poems. The following year, another collection of poems that has been very successful. And I think he's going to be sharing certain traumatic experiences that will help us understand hatred, that hatred that is ingrained within certain parts of the society. So you have the floor. My name is Alberto Ramos. I am going to share a piece of my story. When I was 15, they told me we were moving to Stockholm. I'm from a village in Malaga, and I couldn't be who I was due to my school and my family context. It was a very small village, not very open. When I moved to Stockholm, I ended up in Södertälje, a municipality. Due to life circumstances, there was a majority population from the Arab Syria diaspora. And when I moved there to find a better life, it's not what I encountered. I suffered harassment in Södertälje. It was different to the one I'd suffered in my village. In my village, it was, well, people who weren't used to people like me with my femininity. In Södertälje, the abuse was more violent. Physical and sexual violence. And this led my case to be in the media in Sweden. My story was shared, and also the publication of these poems in Sweden and then in Spain and Latin America, thanks to Planeta publishing house. And I've tried to heal my heart with my writing, with my studies, trying to also understand that hatred that I was subjected to in Stockholm, that is linked to religion extremism. And my reading of this experience can be summarized in two elements. With regard to the situation of LGBT community in Europe, one has to do with how our cultural background, social background can change our perception of speeches with regard to gender and sexuality. Also, it has an impact on our negotiation with regard to our own identity. This occurs in Europe and in other parts of Europe, and in my experience, many people who have been brought up in Iraq, Iran, Syria, where homosexuals can be killed by being pushed off a cliff or stoned, compared to other social contexts of people who've grown up with people who can openly be who they are, and how this violence can be generated in this context that has been part of my experience. And that leads me to ask myself the following question: what do you expect to occur within this situation where no measures are being taken that will have an impact on these cultural shocks, to place human rights, LGBT rights as something essential to be able to take decisions, leading to a situation in which a 15-year-old has to face people who come from a context where it is common to kill people such as me, and happening in a classroom. And this leads me to my second point. Religious freedom turned into an instrument allowing certain people to use violence on others, especially when they belong to LGBT, considering that the umbrella or the excuse of a religion can be used to be able to harm somebody else. Freedom as a sign of liberty, freedom, identity, the right to that person to be able to choose, going against a person who has decided to be who she or he is, specifically in very young people. And this also takes me to the following reflection: taking youth seriously, especially taking into account the high figures of suicides among LGBT young people. Listen to them, take them into account. This has to have an impact on policies and decisions that are taken within all contexts. And LGBT cannot be just in the second layer. It has to be taken into account always, and it has to be conveyed so that these things don't occur. They can be fully avoided, especially if we consider that we're all equal, that we all are worth the same. And Europe is one of the places where we can be who we are, gladly, and we want to maintain this as it is. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me.
Bueno, muchísimas.
Thank you very much for your words. Now, in third place, do we have the connection? Yes. Good afternoon, Kelsey. He's a consultant in local governments in San Francisco. He is going to bear witness to the difficulties faced by trans people in the US. You have the floor.
Kelsey Petra, thank you for having me today to speak a little bit about the state of LGBTQ rights and specifically trans rights in the United States. I am a trans man myself, and I identify as queer. So I was born female, assigned female at birth, identify as a man. And I am a consultant. I do a lot of trainings, 100 plus per year, for therapists, faith leaders, parents, and a lot of clinicians, folks that are doing mental health work. I also am the board president of Trans Bodies, Trans Selves. We put out a 700-page book by and for transgender and gender expansive people. So I wrote the religion chapter for that book and edited several others. And I manage, that board of trans folks across the United States. So I'm regularly in conversation with folks that are in all kinds of industries and disciplines who are working on trans rights. So for me, in the past 20 years, there's been such big strides in the United States in terms of LGBTQ rights. Federally, we have marriage equality. Don't ask, don't tell has been struck down. So queer and trans folks can serve in the military. Title IX, one of our education laws, provides for protections based on gender identity and sexual orientation. Our healthcare has some protections, some employment protections, and trans people have the ability to change important identity documents. And specifically federally under the Biden administration, one can change one's passport to be a non-binary designation or an X designation. Now, as many of you might already know or have heard in previous panels, there has been a very big upswing since 2018 in state laws that attempt to rescind some of these federal protections. And in the past 3 years, many of these have been focused on transgender people, transgender youth specifically. So I just moved from the San Francisco Bay Area in California, and that state has very robust protections for LGBTQ people. I moved to Minnesota, a state in the Midwest that also has very good protections. And the governor, I think about 2 months ago, stated that this state will be a sanctuary for transgender youth and their families that have to move from other states like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, that have imposed really severe consequences, not only for physicians who might prescribe hormones, puberty blockers, or other medications to transgender youth, but also in some cases have criminalized parents supporting their youth in accessing gender-affirming care. So right now, the United States is really a patchwork of widely different levels of social acceptance, but also widely varying levels of material rights. So one of our national organizations, the National Center for Transgender Equality, recently released a statement recommending that all transgender people leave Florida and that transgender people shouldn't even vacation in Florida because the laws are so severe there. And as others have already mentioned, from my perspective, there's a couple of things going on. On one hand, there's a lot of scary misinformation about LGBTQ people. Things like, children can be influenced or recruited in their sexual orientation or gender identity, even though we know that that is not true. But also really scary misinformation about access to gender-affirming care for youth. Ways that people in the media and sometimes researchers can really distort and twist research to make it seem like a lot of youth regret transitioning or that there are long-term effects that are harmful if people access those services. A second piece is religion. And my grad school education, I went to seminary. So I have the same degree that chaplains and pastors get in the United States, as well as a master's in religion and psychology. So my work is really focused on what are the health impacts of this kind of rejection, which can become policy. And what we know is that it's harmful, right? But not only that, from my perspective, as a trans person of faith and someone who has done a lot of scholarly research and writing about gender, sexuality, and religion, every major world religion has mention of LGBTQ people, right? So it's frustrating for me to see how religion is weaponized and that this idea of religious liberty is used to really harm my communities. So I feel like LGBTQ people are being used as a sort of a boogeyman or a monster to kind of be scapegoated for some of the culture wars that are happening in my country. And I try to combat that through education, right? Through really getting people to talk about their fears and to disabuse them of some of the untruths, right? So yeah, there's a lot more, I guess, that could be said, but I think that conversation using scientifically accurate and historically accurate information can be really helpful. And I'm hopeful that that kind of rhetoric and activism amongst myself and my peers will impact, what's happening on a countrywide level, a nationwide level. Thanks so much for having me.
Muchísimas gracias por esta intervención.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I will do some follow-up questions later on. Now let's going to move to the to Trifonia Melibea. She comes from Guinea, and she is a writer, she's an author, she is one of the most avant-garde voices, the bravest voices that we can see in our days. So please, the floor is yours.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm representing parte del mundo, part of the world. We are an organization founded almost 7 years ago, non-legal organization, but we are still struggling. We keep the fight in at difficult times. Guinea is a colony of Spain. We got our independence in 1968, but we fell in love with the national Catholicism, and we kept it as a heritage. And the fact that this is actually reviving in Spain, we're aware that there was some following of the Franco dictatorship, but it's been surprising to come to Spain invited here. And what I see is that there isn't much change between the two countries, and to that reality of the national Catholicism, there are several issues added in my country. There are different ethnics in my country, and sexuality is another issue, seen as another issue in my country. In my country, we see that there's an intolerance towards these sex minorities or gender minorities, and we might think that bisexual people or homosexual people are the most vulnerable ones. However, practical reconversion, something that is used across the country is conversion therapy, and also forced pregnancies to lesbian women and to trans women. This gives this derives into two collateral damages, because for the community these are issues, but for the political powers, they are not interested in making any changes to this situation. The first collateral damage has to do with the the children that are born from collective rapes or group raping, and the minors inherit the rejection of their mothers and fathers. These are babies of whom nobody takes care. And also when families organize collective rapes, they do not take care of understanding the psychological state of the father they bring into this collective rape. And for instance, therefore, there are many lesbian women and transgender women who have gone through that sort of experiences. And so there's a big issue with STDs due to this collective rapes. We see that there are minors that are rejected by the families, families that want their children, their daughters, to normalize through maternity, to be normalized through maternity. And the third consequence is that there are women who die years after they actually pass away. What do I mean by this? If you have a different sexual identity and you don't accept yourself because the people around you don't accept you, secondly, you go through a collective rape. Thirdly, you become a mother against your will. These are psychological and physical damages that in the long run, they kill you. And not long ago, one of the protagonists of the book that I published in 2018 entitled I Didn't Want to Become a Mother. This is a series of stories of mothers who were forced to become mothers and who had become mothers through collective rapes. And Parte del Mundo, my organization, is not a legalized organization. Our laws do not defend or do not protect the organizations that defend the minorities' rights. And within this context, there are many activists working. Sometimes they are invisible.
En los años, o sea, en 3 años.
I am the stupid one who comes here to face you all, but there are many people working behind the scenes. And we are very proud and happy to be doing a great work in the domain of the health, of education, on protecting minors and protecting rejected minors in the case of imprisonment, undue imprisonment, and also regarding human trafficking. And we all do this thanks to the help of legal persons, of natural persons who are our allies. Do I have to cut it short? Okay, so well, resilience is one of the features that define us. We have accomplished 2 main goals throughout the 7-8 years that we've been working in this country that is so Catholic. First of all, the topic of LGBTQIA was taboo in my country, and we have accomplished having people talking about this for the first time. We have done a lot of work supported by the European Union and the United Nations, not by the African Union. Let me be clear about this. And the second goal is that we have accomplished is to insert the LGBTQIA plus agenda in the political agenda of our country. There are many changes in Botswana and other countries around the African continent. In the case of Rwanda, for instance, they're all moving forward the rights for this community. Well, thank you for having us represented here, and thank you in particular to the audience for listening to what I had to say here today.
Muchísimas gracias y hay que ver.
Thank you so much. It's amazing what we still, the amount of work that we still need to do. We'll leave the floor to Christine Garina. She comes from Latvia. In 2015, she was responsible for organizing the Euro Pride in one of the ex-Soviet republics. So the floor is yours, Christine.
Thank you very much. I will speak in English, so whoever needs translation, please use your headphones. Thank you to all the previous speakers. Thank you for sharing your experiences. I will bring us now to a bit of a European pride context, but I thought it's shows the point about borders, because borders do stop people, unfortunately, but they do not stop the propaganda and the extremism and hate. And we see that we about 5-6 years ago, we wouldn't think that United States would participate in the activism in difficult environment debate. So this perfectly proves the point that whatever achievements we get, it's really easy to lose them. And if we can, and when we do Pride, we need to keep doing it. And I'll try not to bring the same examples that I did at the inauguration panel earlier, but it's just a few obvious examples of how Pride have also been a part of this setback that we all experience. One example is my colleague from Germany is here, who brought it up earlier today, that almost all prides in Germany were attacked in some form this summer, this Pride season. I was just in Sofia for Pride two weeks ago, and although Sofia Pride was in itself peaceful, there was lots of police participation. The participants are still asked not to wear any rainbow signs or show that they go to Pride when arriving to the march, because they would put themselves in danger. I'm sure we all heard of Istanbul Pride, where around 100 people were arrested, and a lot of them were journalists. In Thessaloniki Pride last weekend, an activist was sprayed with pepper spray in the face at the Pride venue. All these examples, I can go on, but we see that some of them are where you would sort of expect them, but obviously you shouldn't expect them anywhere, but we often mention Hungary and Poland, but that happens actually everywhere in Europe. Where I come from, Baltic Pride or Riga Pride in Riga, when we started in 2005, the first Pride had only 70 Pride marchers and thousands of protesters who were throwing stones and eggs at those 70 people. In 17 years, we moved quite successfully. We had Europride in 2015, which was very successful. So we have 10,000 of people now in the march and 4 lonely protesters. But we still don't have any legal protection for same-sex couples, not even mention transgender people's rights. We just elected the gay president in Latvia, openly gay man as a president. He cannot get married. He has to go to Estonia to get married if he wants to. He has to cross the border because we're one of those countries that has no legislation for same-sex couples. So seemingly we move forward, but in terms of legislation we don't. We still, in the Latvian parliament, in an EU state, we still hear from the parliament debate. This year we heard that same-sex partnership bill would allow people to marry a lamb or a cat in an EU country. These comparisons. And although Pride is more successful and moving ahead, we hear that we should be less inconvenient because of that, because we have some rights and we can march down the street in some cities, which is also not guaranteed, without being stopped. You should be less loud, as you have heard already here in Madrid, less inconvenient, close fewer streets because you cause disruption to the city. But that is the point of Pride. We need to cause disruption to the city because that is the only way that these things will be heard. I don't want to take too much time with bringing more examples, but I think we need, the main point is that we need to look at it at the European level. First of all, remember that the rights are being set back right now. There are parts of our communities that are being attacked more than others, and we need to protect the most vulnerable. We need to protect trans people and non-binary people. That is essential that we stay together, and Prides will be always trans-inclusive, and otherwise what is the point of the movement that supports each other and just works on solidarity? All these things need to be worked across the borders, because as we see, it's not going to stay in Hungary, it's not going to stay in Turkey, it's not going to stay within Russia. We have to fight this all together. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for this intervention. We will now give the floor to Ronnie de la Cruz, our last speaker. He's an activist. He's president of COGAM in our city, so whenever you want, you have the floor. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to start by sharing a small anecdote when I was on my way, and I've reflected on this too. Considering we were going to an official space, well, normally you are asked to present your identity card at the entrance, and I forgot, and I went home and got it, came back. And when I leave home and I forget my identity card, it seems to be a source of concern. You can be troubled by it. To those who are not racialized, they probably don't have the same concern. And I have friends who say, oh, I forgot my wallet, and I would never leave my home without my wallet. Under no circumstance. That's there to walk along the street with no documentation. I have lived here in Madrid for many years, 31. This leads me to the following reflection. The complexity of being a migrant, of being an LGBT a migrant, combining one element with others. And 4 months ago, I was appointed as president of COGAM. It wasn't something that happened suddenly. I've been participating in the board for 15 years in several rounds, so to speak, in several terms. And since February, I am the president. And when I reached this position, I realized that I was the first Afro-descendant president, not only the first one, but also the first person Afro-descendant that has been part of the board of COGAM in 36 years. COGAM is a generalist entity, LGTB. It doesn't focus on one of the letters or one of the realities. It works with all these realities. And during these months, I have thought about the following idea. Within the community, we are privileged. We build, we debate from this privileged approach. And sometimes we're not aware that those who reach this position, belonging to a board, being available, being here in events such as this one, debating, sharing, in many cases, persons with a salary, a position. Sadly, it shouldn't be like that, but it is privileged. And from this point of view, we have to be fully aware to be able to work for those who don't have that privilege. I don't want to extend my intervention too much. I want to share this, if you're interested, to share a few data from the MAPA report that we draft together with other entities that belong to the community in Madrid. It is revealing serious data. In the last year, 2022, in the community of Madrid, there have been 422 requests for asylum seeking by homeless people. Only 67 have had a positive answer. The rest have continued to live in the streets, and many of them belong to the LGBT community. We have to help these people in Madrid and other parts of the world. It is difficult enough to live on the streets. If you're part of the LGBT community, it's even more difficult. And in the community of Madrid, we have insufficient resources. Hopefully we will have more resources, but clearly we have still a lot more to do, a lot more work ahead. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ronnie, por esta.
Thank you, Ronnie, for your words. Up to here, we have been talking about the backlash in our rights. We've talked about religion as excuses used within these difficult situations. We've talked about the need to be heard, to be discomforting, to claim for our rights, to defend our existence. Borders do not stop hatred speeches, and we have to continue working to be able to fight the backlash of these rights. I'm going to try to open up the conversation, asking, for instance, Mario, who started, which measures do you think can be taken from activism, taking into account the attacks of far-right parties? What can we do from activism? What can be done?
To say, because I think the situation change in every country, but one thing is common to everyone. Like, we are one community, we have the same needs all over the world, and especially in Europe. I think we have the European Union that really can help, this umbrella that juridically, politically can be a big support for our fight. In Italy, like in 2016, we had the law against, the law of civil partnership, and basically the start of this law became from the sentence in the European Union, and every time now the Meloni government is trying to go back with our rights, the European Union say something, also the commissioner, the European Parliament. So being more close together as an activist, as a community, I think we can be very strong all together, and with the civil society. I think in Italy this is now the key. So one person asked me, one journalist, why there are so many heterosexual at Pride? I think the Pride is for everyone. It's a very stupid question. And this year I saw really a lot of hetero family, and in the past it was not like that. So people is starting to understand that we are going back, and there is a big risk that our rights, also the one that we have, that in Italy are very, very few, because we only have the law for the civil partnership. We don't have any protection for the children of the rainbow family, for the transgender community. So there is a risk that what we achieve now that can be, I don't know if cancelled, but at least compressed. So that we need to vigilate all together. Thank you. Grazie.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting what you just said. I'm going to ask both Alberto and Kelsey as well, if they can hear me. How do you think that from the education we can have some influence to make society understand that these rights are fundamental rights, that LGBTQIA plus people exist, and that society needs to be more respectful of these rights? Well, I believe that the circumstances regarding bullying, harassment has many factors behind it, and I believe that education is not like a magic trick. It cannot do so much. For instance, in Sweden, there's something that I admire greatly, that it is that people are taught from their very early infants to say no, to be aware of their bodies, to respect to themselves as well as other people. And so when people can come from conflicts such as that of Syria, for instance, and they join in the high schools within weeks or months, many other elements have to intervene. And I think this is connected to the fact that politics need to be braver. They do not need to display the courage of the community, LGBTQIA community, but actually promote a good interaction among people. I think that we have already done our own magic tricks, and it's time that this burden is taken off our shoulders and that we are protected, especially when it comes to the situation of the younger people. I think that we need to take into account all these types of contexts. Thank you. Kelsey, I don't know if you can tell us also, beyond education, about religious freedom. What do you think that from politics and activism can be done about this?
I think that I agree that education is not enough to create a different society. And I think in the kind of education and work that I do, when people actually connect to someone who is LGBTQ and hears the impact of, you know, the people that they voted into office or the laws that they've supported, that it can change their perspective. In the US, probably like many other countries, there's, you know, a big difference between urban communities, which tend to be have a larger percentage of highly educated people, but they're also the places where a lot of LGBTQ people gather. So those places tend to be more progressive, I think, in part because everyone knows someone who is gay or pansexual or trans. Whereas where I'm from, in Iowa, which is more of a rural state, there are people who have truly never met an actual person who is LGBTQ. And I think when they do, and they hear stories of, let's say, families having to move states because otherwise their children might self-harm or you know, complete suicide, then they have a greater understanding. From the religious point of view, I think the idea of religious liberty is, as someone else said earlier, an excuse and a front for a lot of violence. And it is painful to me as a person of faith because religion has already caused so much violence through colonization. I could name so many historical dynamics that religion has contributed to genocide, right? And that's what is happening to LGBTQ people around the world because of Christianity, because of Islam in some cases. And so this idea of religious liberty in the United States often entails something like, if I am a doctor that works at a hospital and a transgender person comes into the emergency room, I can choose not to treat them because of my religious beliefs. Well, that has killed people. Tyra Hunter in Washington, D.C., maybe 20 years ago, was left by paramedics as a transgender woman and ended up dying because none of those people would treat her injuries. So I think I think that, honestly, United States citizens, especially the white folks who represent like the Christian white America, we really have a lot of, we have a lot to take accountability for and a lot of pain that we need to process in order to see our faith lives as something that brings life and supports all humans, even if they don't live the same kinds of lives that we do. So I think that religion can be used as a tool for good, but it means looking at white supremacy. It means looking at patriarchy. And unfortunately, many folks in the US aren't willing to do that, who are religious folks right now.
Bueno.
Thank you very much, Trifonia. After listening to you, you have talked about these conversion therapies, you have talked about the terrible experience, and I think that we have a lot to do. And I would like to ask you, how do you believe, Chris, that we can help, we can contribute? Can you give us any hints, any clues of how we could help from our side of the world? Well, I believe that a lot of help is being given for a long time. The book that includes the denounces this about many cases of people who have gone through very tough experiences was published actually in Spain. Spain has been turned into a sort of a bridge between Equatorial Guinea and the rest of the world, and we have been able to gain visibility. Activists can work. We cannot complain about the support of the civil society in Spain with this regard, and the activists are working on the ground to support people, to support women who have suffered traumas, and to support rejected children, rejected minors. Regarding the help, it's very important to to give visibility to the situation. It's very important for organizations such as ours that this situation is ongoing in Equatorial Guinea, that we are not completely, we have not lost completely our hope, because we see that we have a border with Gabon, and Gabon has recently stopped considering homosexuality as a crime. Cameroon is close to this country, and their homosexuality is a crime, but they are protecting at the same time through civil society organizations. They're protecting the rights of this community, and we see that there are some advancements that are being made in different African countries towards the recognition of the human rights. The thing is that the rights of this community cannot be used as a weapon for the relationships between Africa and Europe. Sometimes homosexuality is being used, is being said that comes from Africa, that homosexuality comes from Europe. So they say, if I want to really bother break the balls of the European community, we just reject the homosexuals, and we do not pass laws that support them. And so our rulers are using this as a bargaining chip for the relationships between the two continents. So we want for them to take into account in the Western countries that this is actually happening at the moment. Many rulers, when they pass certain laws, they're not support them because they are truly against, in favor of the LGBTQIA plus community, but actually they're using it as an instrument. And we would like this community. We have been very resilient for a long time, fighting hard, and we need to take into account that when we see things such as the situation in Uganda, we need to make a further reading about the laws that are being passed or not passed. if we need to tell the rulers that if they really paid attention to their citizens, the development would have been even bigger, the advancement would have been bigger. So we really need to read beyond the words and read through the double moral standards that they're using. Sometimes the economic interests and the political interests are in play in all these decisions when they are being made in the African continent.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Christine, you were saying that we need to make ourselves uncomfortable for others. We need to protect the most vulnerable communities. I think the setback of our rights around the world is quite tangible. And I would like to ask you, what can we do from our position as activists? How can we work together in a cross-border manner? How can we be together in this fight?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think what we all as activists should do, and that's extremely important, is stop the two sides narrative. That legitimizes the side that just want the other side not to exist. It is extremely dangerous legitimizing that. I don't know when we decided that it's okay to have a conversation or debate, or we need to sit at the same table. If we just need to stop that narrative. There are no two sides. And I think, like, on the whole European level, if we can all make all our events more inclusive of youth, that would really help, because and accessible to youth. When you talk to people who are 13, 14 now, that's a different world. So basically in 2 generations, we won't be debating this if we're all still here. So it's extremely important to open up and get the new generations in and step back and let them take this fight further, because the mindset is completely different in the young generations.
Yes, we have hope in youth, right? Ronnie, I think you have long experience and you know firsthand what is happening here in Spain. So similar question. What do you think that can be done from activism so that we're all together in this fight? Well, first of all, we need a better coordination. We need more efforts in terms of coordination between entities. From COGAM, we're the first. I'm not focusing only on the others. We have to unite our efforts, coordinate better to launch unity messages. And we also have to highlight data, as we were seeing now, just a moment ago. And Zhao was saying this, humanizing, so to speak, this data, explaining that these people that are homeless have names, have surnames, so that this is just not just a figure. We have to have a face behind that, especially those people who, in theory, are part of the community and support us. Some of them vote for the far right, and they have to understand that this political party does not defend our rights, does not represent us. They want to isolate us, they want to exclude us, they want to throw us in the rubbish. And here in San Francisco, in Equatorial Guinea, and everywhere around the world, we have to make them understand, those who have been allies at some point in the past, we need them again more than ever. Well, thank you very much. I know that there are many topics that we would still have to debate, but we're running short on time. I'm going to open the floor for the audience. I think there was a question here in the front row. Hello? Is this working? Yes, can you hear me? More than a question, I just wanted to make an observation. We also have to talk about the role of media, because I think media with their hidden messages can be, as Ronnie said, subliminal messages, can even make a person who belongs to the community vote for far right. I come from a country where media, you probably know due to my accent, my country becoming passing from being a reference towards a country, thanks to Berlusconi, and losing position in this regard. And I think that media have to be on our side. And as Berlusconi said, and I'm just going to repeat this phrase, if you're not in the media, you don't exist. And that's it. Any more reflections, questions? There's one here. Hello, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. In regards to the title of the panel, Activists Advancing in Challenging Situations, I tried to find common points, claiming for principles with emotion, sometimes very close to rage. And I find myself in that spot where I don't really know how to manage something that hurts, that stings, that we should be screaming for, and finding common grounds with those who are in other spaces that deny rights, make them invisible. And I ask myself, is it worth it to find these common spaces, this listening? How do you manage this kind of debate from the point of view of activism with regard to those people who are so intolerant, to try to make them understand? It's too painful to be in front of somebody who is denying your own rights. How do you deal with this in your day-to-day? I don't know. Does somebody want to answer this? Anybody wants to answer? Alberto, yes? Both questions, both reflections, yes? Well, as for your comment, I agree. Especially young people, social media, it's used to create hate. I think at the same time we're talking about a double-edged sword. They can also be used for good things. TikTok has been very useful for trans LGBT people, seeing people with makeup, certain behaviors, and it seems great, you know, you can fight certain attitudes, and I think this is a double-edged sword. We should keep the good things, of course, so that also speeches are not going to extremes. What's happening with Twitter, with, well, this is not good news, of course. As for your question, I've flowed with all these matters. I think that rage is a natural response to oppression, but a long time when you're marginalized, I don't really know if this is the most intelligent answer. I don't want to live being angry all the time, feeling bad all the time. I'm tired of all of this. And from this point of view, I just try to not give it importance. I don't think about these speeches or these kind of people. You have to be who you are, be happy, see your people, read the books that inspire you, and be surrounded by people who love you, who support you, and this is a way of claiming for who you are. And this is like a cycle. Sometimes you feel stronger, sometimes you don't have the energy. But this is my experience again, but I think it is important to find these circles and to enjoy life. That's what we're here for. Sometimes it's difficult. Well, we have to enjoy the present. Life is a gift. Existing is a gift, and we cannot forget about this. And other people have other ideas, other schemes, and it speaks about who they are. In Solithelia, all these experiences that I went through, well, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know who I am. You can't be talking about me because you don't know who I am. And this is from a different person. It comes from that person, from that soul, from that body, and it has to do with that person, and that's it. Kelsey, would you like to take the floor? How to tackle these conversations with those who deny our rights? Would you like to take the floor and give an answer?
I come to this with a lot of privilege. You know, I am a white person, I'm perceived as male, and I'm highly educated. So I feel very empowered to confront people, and I do that in education. And I think that becoming good at regulating when someone has really said something harmful and ugly and being able to respond clearly and then, you know, exit or set a boundary is really important. Because I think that cisgender people and heterosexual people often just truly, in speaking about us, they don't understand the existential depth of our identities, right? It's this abstract idea to them. And I think that because I'm someone who is okay with conflict and I get angry easily, but I've learned that when I can just really put someone in their place and say, like, actually what you're doing is harming me. Actually what you're doing is contributing to people killing themselves. And I know that I'm right? I know I'm standing in truth, then I don't take it with me. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. I think we have another question, another comment in the room. I think if we want respect, we have to give society the tools to respect us. We have to, if the society is not prepared, doesn't have the right tools, we have to use more media, social media, not to promote hatred, to promote love. And this is just a way of answering your question. Maybe if the other person doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have the preparation, is not ready to face trans people or to understand transgender. It is sad, it is painful, but there's still a lot of work to do. If we can do a good prophylactic work, if we launch campaigns, I think we will reach that acceptancy, that point that we looking for. But we still have a long road ahead. Well, yes, I think that taking into account the experience of many countries that are exiting from dictatorships, this is happening in many countries around the world. Some for shorter periods, other longer, and with some sectors we have to face the idea that this is war. How can you convince a group of leaders with loyal voters, far-right voters, that a transgender person is a person? As we fight to conquer rights, we have to fight to maintain them, and when another entity, political party, government appears and decides to maybe pass laws that protect us, we have young people. They will be receiving, on the one hand, hatred messages, and then, on the other hand, love messages, as the colleague was saying. But some social groups will never change, I think, because it is convenient to have these groups, depending on these other social groups, with regard to exploitation at their service, and we have to assume this. For instance, a group of women or excluded vulnerable groups that has disseminated hatred messages, and the religion or social class does not intervene, we can negotiate it. But other groups, hundreds of years can go by, there'll be zero dialogue, even if we try, as hard as we try. But I think this is the way. As soon as they have power, they chase minorities, sexual minorities. It has always been like that. It is automatic. It is very negative, what I'm saying, and defeatist. Christine, Ronnie, would you like to take the floor on this matter?
Pues ya ahí tengo una...
Well, I have a dilemma there. I believe that it might not sound nice, but I think that you simply cannot argue with every fool you you face. I think that we need to discuss among us what types of speeches, what type of messages we want to convey. It's true, we are activists. We put our bodies, our brains, our minds into fighting for what we believe. But sometimes we just need to protect ourselves. So if you're seeing that a particular person is living in the know, what they want is just to crush your speech, your talk, and takes everything to the absurd, just walk away, because maybe you cannot convince that person, but maybe you can convince the person next to that person. So basically, I would say you just don't need to waste your time in arguing with every fool you encounter.
Very I obviously agree with what my colleagues have said here, but there's also a way to counter the message without having a discussion with a person. I think what we need to be concerned of, that something that is said just stays in an empty space, and that's the only message that other people may see. So it would depend on the settings, but you can't just counter that without engaging with a person in a debate, because it's not a debate, but you can put out your information so other people, that would be not the only information they see. That would be my way. But no, I agree, I wouldn't.
Well, we are about to reach the end of the session, so if there are no other questions or comments from the audience, we're going to be wrapping this up. I would like to thank our panelists for being here today. I think there is hope. I think that we need to keep fighting for our rights and fighting for getting further rights. And thank you, all of you, for never stop fighting. And for those of you who can, we hope that you will all come to the polling stations in Spain. We have the next general election, so I invite you all to vote.
Solo vamos a estar
We are just going to use a couple more minutes of your time just to wrap up this session. Thank you to all our panelists for being here with us. The first thing that we're going to see here is a clip from one member of parliament, European member of parliament, that has not been able to join us today, and she will be speaking in English. So those of you who need headsets, please don't be shy and grab them.
I'm the co-chair of the Green Group in the European Parliament, and I'm absolutely bummed that I cannot be with you today, but it wasn't possible to come to Madrid. I still hope you had wonderful discussions. You obviously exchanged on the situation, but also made a strategy for how we want to work together in order to enhance LGBTI rights all across the European Union. And I think one of the crucial aspects in this is obviously going to be to fight against a backlash that is coming from the far right against our rights. I think we have to make clear that this is not only about LGBTI rights, but this really goes beyond and it's threatening democracy, freedom and fundamental rights for all in the end. And I believe that this is going to be crucial in the elections that are coming up. And this is also going to be crucial for the election campaign next year for the European Parliament. Right now in the European Parliament, we actually have a pretty stable LGBTI majority. So we have continuously shown that we are drivers in the fight of expanding fundamental rights, of expanding democracy and freedom, of fighting for diverse societies. But obviously this is not guaranteed for the next European Parliament. So I think we really have to use every opportunity possible to talk about strategies, how we can fight against the backlash that we are facing, and what kind of priorities we want to set in the upcoming European elections, so that we can make sure that LGBTI people all across the European Union can live safely. So a fight against hate crime and against hate speech, live equally, that we continuously work on expanding the rights of rainbow families and freely, so that also people in rainbow families, LGBTI people, can enjoy freedom of movement in the European Union. All of these priorities will be crucial, I believe, in order to create an environment and to create societies where everybody can love who they love and be who they are. I'm very happy that you had the opportunity in this conference to discuss about that. And now I still wish you a wonderful Pride and hope to see you soon in person. Bye-bye.
Terry ahora es la copresidenta del...
Terry is now the co-president of the Green Group, and she used to be the co-chair of the LGBTQIA co-president, intergroup co-president. Now we're going to move on to the reading of the statement of the summit. That it's my colleague Paula who usually reads it, and she's Spanish, and this helps a lot. And she's the one who usually drafts the statements. And today we're going to be reading it, Juan Carlos and myself, but please picture Paula in your minds. I'm afraid she couldn't join us today because she's setting up a business, and as you probably or maybe know, it's a very big project. It's a complex project, and probably you know that activism doesn't bring food to the table, so she has to work elsewhere. Madrid, Spain, 29th of June 2023. People here gathered in the framework of the organization and celebration of this 5th International Conference on the Human Rights of the LGBTQIA community that has gathered online and on site more than 30 speakers from different countries, including activists, leaders of NGOs, and also including political representatives, and also with the special participation of the Ukrainian activists from Kharkiv Pride, and the support of the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Town Hall of Madrid. We remind that all humans are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that every person has the right to enjoy their human rights without any discrimination on the basis of gender, sexual orientation, race, color, language, religion, political belief, or any other type. And we understand that in the current moment, we need to be committed to be up to the demands of society, protecting future generations and the environment, respecting and keeping the memory of all the human beings that came before us. We believe, we observe, we welcome, and we celebrate the different successes and accomplishments in terms of human rights that we have seen in the past year with the passing of a law for a real and effective equality of trans people and for the guarantee of the rights of people belonging to the LGBTQIA community. However, we recognize there's a need of keeping the work and the fight for the protection of the rights of these people. We have seen that in less than half of the countries there are in place the necessary laws to protect the community. 4 countries within the European Union do not have any legislation against hate crimes, which are Poland, the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, and Italy. We denounce some public servants, some politicians who threaten with cancelling laws that they haven't even bothered to implement, that create fictitious links between trans people, drugs, and pederasts that try to empty the libraries of books have been written by and for the community that make it more difficult for babies coming from rainbow families to be registered, that are limiting the treatments, the medical treatments for trans people, in particular children. We also denounce the invasion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine by bombing hospitals and civil population in order to stop the alleged moral degradation coming from the West. We also denounce the initiatives of the rulers who encourage population to name people who belong to the LGBTQIA community, and the authorities that are creating LGBTQIA free zones in their countries. We denounce that there have been many setbacks in the rights of this community, and in particular we denounce the cases of violence, bullying, discrimination, and harassment. We highlight the link between the hatred speeches promoted by the extreme right with the hate crimes. We think it's estimated that hate crimes against LGBTQIA people have increased dangerously in the last years, and the first data from last year show that the situation is even more alarming. We demand, therefore, to the European institutions and the members of the Union that they put a stop to any sign or symptom of violence and inequalities, that they keep the guards up in the face of the increase and the growth of extremist movements that enhance the growth of the phobia against the LGBTQIA community, xenophobia, racism, sexism, and all types of rejection, aversion, or hatred against any type of any group of people, and that they support the Ukrainian people so that they won the war, and also for them to develop laws that recognize the rights of this community. We promote the need of a leadership from the European Union and all the institutions in this field, and we ask the Spanish government in the framework of the presidency of the European Union that they keep working in order to promote the policies with a critical view, intersectional view that is committed as well with other similar causes or close causes related to the sustainability and the feminist movements, and to whom we are paying close attention. Finally, we would like to remind the words of a close friend of ours, one of the most important activists in Spain, Pedro Cerola. We conquer the rights, we enjoy the rights, and we defend the rights. So go take the streets to defend and enjoy our rights, which are human rights. Thank you very much. One important thing, somebody has lost their glasses. And finally, I invite Alberto Ramos to jump on the stage and wrap this up with one of his poems. It's not so common to have someone as talented as Alberto to join us in one of these gatherings.
I wrote this when I was 15. It is part of my first book that was published. Do not dare telling me I should thank your acceptance, your respect, your indifference. Do not dare insinuating I should confirm with the passive, aggressive attitudes or degrading looks. Do not take my rights for granted. Do not ask me what else do I want. To set free is what I want. I crave freedom to be myself. I shall never be thankful that my existence is respected.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.